we will take and make yellow flowers. Says, take your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
Hello and welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Becky and our designer with all the inspiration today is the wonderful Janet.
Hiya Becky.
Hello Janet, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very good.
Good.
Give us a little bit of a hint as to what you'll be doing in your first section today.
Okay, we've got a wirework pendant and we've also got some lovely green, spring green suede cord which we've used in some of the designs.
Yeah.
But we're going to demo a pretty pendant with some multicoloured tiger's eye, I think it is. Really pretty.
Beautiful. We've got some really nice pieces and you've done a few sort of interchangeable neck bands as well, haven't you, on some? So that's coming up for us today. Let's have a little look at the kit, shall we? I want to let you know as well, before we get into this actually, One Stop Shop. That is coming up in my second hour. We've got so many beautiful things in there, including some beading caps that I personally have never seen before. As well as that, in my final hour, we have luxury for less. I'm talking sapphire. I'm talking, what else have I got in there? Collector's choice strands. Zircon. Got some dioxide as well in that time. Here we go. Let me bring this to you now. So this is my first designer inspiration bundle. In here, these are all of your gorgeous gemstones, as you can see. You've got a really nice mixture of earthy tones in this, haven't you? Did you put this one together, Janet?
I didn't, no.
What did you think of it when you first got it, when we in reference to the colours?
Well, like you say, they're really earthy tones, and I think together with that green suede cord, it makes all the colours pop out. They're really beautiful.
It really does, doesn't it? I love the pyrite with it as well, because although it's quite an earthy tone, it's nice that it has that richness in it as well, doesn't it? It's beautiful, it works really well. So of your pyrite, you have a whopping 230 carats worth of these 5-petal flowers, and those are 12 by 12 mil. As well as that, you have 150 carats of your golden obsidian, and these are in the plain rounds, but those themselves, can you see the chatoyancy on these? I wonder if I'll just highlight these to yourself, because truly, let me just show it you by itself, because this is a really exceptional strand. as I'm spinning, let's go over here. So there you are. Can you see the chatoyancy here? Isn't that beautiful? Just running across the surface. This is really high quality rainbow obsidian, and you can see that from the amount of this golden shiller that we have in this beautiful strand. It's really beautiful. So you have this as well, and this is 150 carats, and these are your 8mm rounds. As well as this, we have 330 carats worth of your jasper. Of these beautiful large picture jasper in the twisted drums. These are 20 by 10mm on here today, these large ones. Gorgeous jasper workings through there, isn't it? Really interesting. All this veining, all these sections. And as well as that, finally, we have 100 carats worth of the multicoloured tiger's eye. And these are in plain round 6mm. You've got golden, red. You've also got hints of green running through them. And your blacks. All tiger's eye, all highly chatoic. Is chatoic even a word?
It sounds good. Should be a word.
I know, yeah. It goes really well with the obsidian. It goes perfectly with the obsidian, doesn't it? Because of the mixture of these shillering tones underneath. Okay, we've got 4 strands here for you. As well as this, you will be getting your cord in here also. This is a really springtime coloured cord, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Poppies of colour through this. 10 metres worth, and this is your sage suedette cord. And it's 2.5 by 1mm of this. So soft to touch, absolutely gorgeous against the neckline, I can imagine.
It is, and it's quite it's not chunky, no. But it's got some sort of depth to it. You know, it's not flimsy at all. So it'll take weight of a heavy pendant, and be great for sort of plaiting and gizmo and macrame. And
can I ask you how it was to work with?
It was lovely. Like you say, it's really, really soft. Yeah. And the cord ribbon ends and things that we get as well, it's perfect for those.
Goes on those
perfectly. Yeah, it's great.
You can get
really loved it.
A couple of them through as well.
Well, I got four of the strands into one of those,
cords?
Into one of the cord endings. Yeah.
Wow. And you've got a selection of cord endings in your findings pack as well. In here we have all of your goodies. Have we got a picture of this? Fab. You've got everything that you see coming up on screen in a moment in the antiques bronze colour. In here you're going to be getting your rondelles, you've got your bolt rings, your head pins, your eye pins, your lobster clasps, your ribbon ends, and they're 13 by 6mm. So it's great that you can get 4 lengths of this through these cord ends, just encapsulating them in there, giving them a really strong finish. That's fab. So these are all the goodies that you're going to be getting in this finding pack. How many pieces in total on this one? Is it 43 in here? Huge amount, including 3 pairs of your shepherd's hooks too, with a little ball detail. So let's reiterate everything you're seeing on screen, including that twisted antique bronze chain. You've got your suedette cord, which is 10 meters in this beautiful sage, and it's 2 by 5 by 2.5 by 1mm. As well as that, you have got 4 strands of your 230 of your pyrite, 150 of your golden obsidian in the 8mm rounds, 330 of your pixie jasper in these twisted drums, 20 by 10mm, these are really chunky monkeys, and finally 100 carats of your multicoloured tiger's eye in the 6mm rounds. Let's take a look at your web price, shall we? This is your web price for everything separately. So if you were to get this from us right now on our website, you would be paying £30.98, which when you think about it, isn't a bad price. But it's designer inspiration. We want to give you the opportunity at home to own all of these goodies and really let your own imagination go wild. It's going to be a really good discount on this. Let's take a look. It's not £30.98. We want to give you the chance to be able to create these looks at home for much less. It's just £21.95. That is all you're paying for this today. £21.95 for 4 strands, 10 metres of your suede at sage colour cord, and a wealth of findings in your antiques bronze findings pack, including the organza bag, which I always think is lovely just to give you little gifts away, and really beautiful pieces here. And when you have a little look at Janet's designs, I think you'll be more than impressed. Did you have fun working with this then, Janet?
I did. It was really lovely. And when I opened up, and as I say, the green cord just jumped out at me. And with all the earthy tones as well, I just thought it was lovely. So I really enjoyed it.
I think it's very of the time, of this moment, isn't it, in the seasons, because it's kind of, we're getting over the autumn and the leaves are still on the ground, but also we're kind of looking forward to spring with these beautiful spring green colours.
That's right, so there's a pop of the spring green, and it just sort of taking you through to summer then.
Yeah, it's really lovely, isn't it? You have made absolutely loads,
yeah,
haven't you?
I just got a bit carried away, I must admit.
You have made so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. £21.95. Did you have any left?
Had a few.
Did you?
Had a few left. Yeah, I've got them in the bag somewhere.
So you maybe could have even made an extra piece.
Oh, you could have easily made another, but I ran out of time.
Amy, the amount you've got, and you know, this one that we're looking at the moment, that's seriously bejewelled, isn't it? So the fact that you've done really bejewelled pieces, but you've still been able to create 7 different looks entirely, it's amazing for £21.95, isn't it?
There's lots in there. I mean, 4 strands goes a really long way. Yeah. And when you've got the cord as well, and then later when we add the wire in as well, yes, that just takes you that extra distance, you know.
Absolutely. I have got some wire coming up for you in a little bit. We'll bring that to you in a little while. 200 metres in total, just to finish off these looks. £21.95 for your 4 strands. And that beautiful, this so beautiful and soft and tactile, this suede. If I show you the thickness of it on my hand, you might be able to gauge it a little bit better. So it's 1 mil by 2.5 mil on this side.
But I've used suede cord before. Yeah. Not from JewelleryMaker, or not in any of my other projects. But when I've bought it before, it's been really thin and a bit flimsy.
Right.
But this is really quite substantial, you know. But like I say, still got 4 of those through the
yeah, on this one
cord
that we're looking at now. Yeah. You can see, can't you?
So, you know, it's really lovely, and the colour's great.
Oh, I'm glad you had fun with it. So, which one are we going to be having a look at?
We're going to go with the this wire pendant here,
yeah,
the first one. And when I first made that, I actually did put it onto the green cord, just 1 strand of the green cord, and then woke up at 7 o'clock this morning and thought, oh, I know, I'll do a chain. So I sat there at 7:30 this morning making that chain.
Did you?
Just so that we could show you could have a couple of different looks, really.
So this is the section that could be interchangeable with it then?
Yeah, so you can have it just on the green cord, or you can sort of
and it does give it a really different look, doesn't it?
It does.
Maybe if we take a shot of it without, and then we could do a before and after in a bit.
Yep. Okay.
Just to get a different feel of it.
So the chain, I apologise if they're not closed all completely, all the different links, because I was a bit bleary-eyed this morning when I made it.
No, I think it's lovely. So whereabouts do we start on this?
Okay, so we're going to start with the main pendant frame. Yep. So if we take 2 pieces of wire, sort of about 14 inches, I just measured it on the macrame board, so it's a little bit shorter than that. So we've got 2 pieces. If I just move those in here, there, we've got 2 pieces. So what we do is just simply bring them together at the top, yeah, and then twist, so you get that shape.
I see.
So you've got that one, that's the outer one or the inner one, depending on, and do exactly the same with the other one.
And is this your 1 mil?
This is the 1 mil wire, yeah. And I've actually bent this a few times, so, but if you let it find its natural shape, it'll just go like that. So then just sit them on top of each other, or slide that one in and then pull that just so that you've got that shape, so you can sort of get the inner there. There you go. So you've got that inner circle. As I say, I have bent this a few times, so it's actually not found. It's quite natural. It's a bit of a kink. There we go. Let me just pull it again. There. So we've got that inner one. I'm getting them all tangled. There we go. Make that a little bit smaller. Sorry. Like I say, late night, early morning. There you go. So we've got them together in that shape. Then take the 0.6, which we've got here. Take quite a long piece of the 0.6. I won't go too mad with it because I don't want to poke anybody's eye out.
Okay.
And then take the two pieces together. Just hold them together in your hand in a position where you're happy with the shape. So you've got that there.
Yeah.
And then just simply wrap that around. Leave a little tail here, and then what I did is wrap this little tail around again, just to make a bit of detail at the top, because it sort of spans out a little bit. So you've got that little bit of detail there. We'll leave that little bit on for now, but we will chop that off. And then again, go back to here and just wrap around, just to bring those together. And then just go into the middle one and start wrapping around those two sections together. And what we're aiming to do is just to wrap this little section here, so it's just a plain wrap, but it adds some quite nice detail. There we go. And try and keep those square, so you've got a nice square shape. There we go. And I think when they're wrapped, the wire sort of together, it almost looks like a gizmo coil, but it's sort of flat, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think it just finishes that little section off, but you just got to keep trying to keep this little section here. I'll do this as quickly as I can, just so we can get down to the woven.
Whilst you're doing that, don't rush yourself. You want it to look lovely. What we'll do is we'll just reiterate really quickly this kit that has just been shimmied over to me. We've got in here for you, this just to remind you of your current kit, because at the moment we've had a few people on the phone line trying to get their hands on this and just asking a couple of questions, so I'll just reiterate exactly what you have in here. You have this findings pack, antiques, bronze, gold plated. In here you have all of the goodies you can see currently on screen. 98 pieces in total on this, with the cord ends, your extendable toggle clasp, jump rings, 3 pairs of earrings, and shepherd's hooks, and plenty more. That's in your antiques bronze colour. As well as that, you're going to be getting the suede-ette cord, which is in this beautiful sage green colour, real pop of springtime colour to it, and the dimensions of this, very soft, very workable, but it's still got that strength there, is 1.25 by 1 mil. And finally, you have our 4 strands of gemstones. You've got your strength of the metallic coming through in this pyrite, and of the pyrite there's 230 carats. You've also got the boldness and the depth of the picture jasper twisted drums, 20 by 10 mil. You've also got your multi-coloured tiger's eye rounds, 6 mil. And finally, truly exquisite, bold, chatoyancy darting out of this really high quality rainbow obsidian. The amount of gold and chatoyancy, honestly, the hues in this are just exceptional. So those are all the goodies you're getting today. Your price should have been over £30. You're nearly making a tenner saving essentially. It's only £21.95 for you today. So have we finished off doing our little weaving section? Brilliant.
So what we've done is we've just wrapped this little section here as far down as you want to go, just so that where this sort of opens up really, so you can put the bit of the weave in there.
Yeah.
And then just sort of, instead of now going around both of them, go just around the frame. the outside frame and just push that in, and you just get the little loop there, and then start the weave. So what I did is I just went around the inside, maybe go around a couple of times, push that close up to there, and round again, and then inside, keep that quite tight, and then around the outside frame. So it's around, then the outside frame, and go round again. Go twice around the outside frame and pull that as tight as you can to keep that close. Then back through the middle, over the middle there, and again. So really it's just sort of like a basic weave, but it fills in that little section there. So if I go around once more, and then we'll start putting the stones in. You go round once, round again, and pull that tight to there. So you've got that nice little bit of a weave there.
I see.
I can't remember how, yeah. Okay, so when you're starting putting the stones in, make sure that the wire is on the outside here. So you're starting from the outside edge. So we're coming around and here. So what we're going to do then is drop on one of the multicoloured tiger's eye, if I can find the little drill hole. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. There you go. So we've got that, and what I would probably do is go down a little bit further actually, because that's sort of a little bit big for there, but we'll start at that point.
Okay.
So drop the stone on, go through the middle, and you're back at that side, and then just carry on the weave. So come up the middle and pull that really tight against that inside frame, and then again go round. I'll bring my hand down there. There you go.
So if you just show us that one more time a little bit slower.
Okay, right. Let me just do a couple more weaves and then we'll get the next one on. So we're going around the outside frame, this is for the weave, a couple of times and pushing it up there.
So you're going around twice.
Round twice on the outside frame, and then across through the middle.
So you go across on top?
If you're underneath, you go across the top.
Yeah.
If you're on the top, you go underneath. Does that make sense? I'll show you.
Yeah.
So on this one, we're
because my face just went blank.
We're underneath at that point. We're coming out from underneath the outside frame.
Yeah, I see.
So if we go over the top of the inside frame and do that twice, so you're going over again the inside frame, and pull that tight. Now again, you're underneath, so you need to come over the top, so you get that weave in and out.
I see.
So that's how I sort of
so if we see it again on this side,
there.
So round once.
Whoops, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Okay, so we've gone round once, push that up tight, twice, push that tight, and we're underneath it, so we're going to go over the top.
Okay.
Does that make sense now?
Yes, so you're underneath and you go over the top each
over
time.
the top of the next
wire.
one. Yeah. So if we go round again, so that's over there again, so we've got two of those. And what I want to do is be on the top again to put the next stone in. Yeah. So I'm not going to weave, I'm not going to come through that, I'm just going to go straight across, so we're on the outside.
Okay.
So I can drop in the next stone. Does that make sense?
So when you're dropping in your gemstone, why do you do it when it's on top?
I think it sits better on the top because the weave that we're doing, the wire starts to come from underneath. If we do it underneath, it sort of sinks into the pendant.
I see, yeah.
So if we come from the top, if you see that there, it sits
proud.
It sits proud of the piece then. So when you've got to that point, the wire underneath and then straight over the top. So that's there sitting. So then through the middle and then start again really. So it's two through the middle, again. I'll show you this and then we'll go up to the pendant, because simply then what you do is follow that pattern then all the way around.
So the pattern very simply is the smaller teardrop on the inside and the larger teardrop on the outside. You go around the larger teardrop twice.
Yep.
You'll then go over to the small teardrop, around that twice, over to the large teardrop, around that twice, over to the small teardrop, around that twice. And then the only difference is when you're adding a gemstone on, as opposed to coming from underneath, try and get it so that your wire is working across the top, just so your gemstone sits nice and proud. I suppose you can do it, can't you?
You can do that, and if you want it sort of sunk in a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it's easy to do that. Once you've done that inside wrap, instead of coming up through across to the outside teardrop, just pull it around and you're there ready to go for the next one. So what it would be then is simply follow those around, and what I've done is sort of graduated the colours, so I've got the lighter colours, then the darker colours. So you just do that all the way around until you get to this section here. Whoops, sorry, if I show you that, there. So all the way around until you get to that section, and then it's simply do this wrap again here and finish it off there. So that's essentially all you do. You follow that around.
So when you say finish it off, if you continue this section, almost your gizmo coil wrap, isn't it? When you finish that off, do you literally just snip it and squidge? Yeah,
what I would do is, as I say, when you get to here, just hold those together and wrap, as we've done on this side.
Yeah.
And when you get to the top, simply, what I would do is turn it over, make sure I've gone really tight to that, right into there.
Yeah, right.
Snip it off and squash it down so there's no sharp ends.
Brilliant.
And basically that's the pendant.
Fab.
So what we're going to do then is, we've got 4 pieces of wire here left over from, if I cut this off just so that it doesn't get in the way. There you go. Obviously you wouldn't do that at home because you would need that little bit. Right, okay. So we've got 4 pieces here. These 2 here at the front, we're going to put sort of the little swirls on there. These 2 here, we're going to bring them together and we're going to weave those, and they're going to be the bail.
Okay, I see.
So we're going to make those into the bail.
I see.
So what you could actually, what would have been easier, is to have a really long piece of wire when you began. The one piece come around to do this section,
and then continue
and
up.
The other piece to do the bail. But because I don't want to sort of poke you in the eye with the wire, I didn't do that. But
So kind,
I am.
Janet, so thoughtful.
Think of you all the time, Becky. So that's what I would do. If I'd have been at home, that's what I would have done.
Brilliant.
Because then you haven't got to attach another piece of wire here then.
Yes.
So it just makes life a little bit easier.
I see.
But if you don't do that, it's quite simple to attach the wire. So I'd go from underneath, just hold that there, and start the wrap again. So we can use exactly the same weave. If I just get that going. I'll just do a couple of those and then we'll go through it. Right, we've just got that going there, and this little bit of wire that I've got here, I'll just wrap around just to incorporate that into here and snip it off. But like I say, if you've got a continuous piece, it just eliminates you having to do that really. And then I'll squash that down. Right, so we're ready now to weave the bail. So again, you can do it in whatever format you want really. I mean, you can go wrap round a few times, 3 times or whatever really, but for me I just did the 2. So it's round once, tight, round a second time, and over the top, and round again, twice, and over the top, and again, twice. Excuse me, sorry. There you go. So you would just continue that along the bail really. Okay,
I'll let you continue that up the bail just whilst I give people the opportunity to own a whopping 200 metres worth of wire. It's a bit top heavy. You've got here 100 metres of your 1 mil. So this, just to reiterate, this is what we've used to create the teardrop framework. Those 2 teardrops and the bail that we're working on now, that's with this. So 100 metres of 1 mil. We also then have 0.6 100 metres of that. Again, all in the antiques bronze, which fits perfectly with our first kit with that beautiful findings pack. 200 metres in total. The 6 we're now using as a weaving wire, which is relatively unusual in a sense, because you might automatically go to 0.4, but for this, because it's quite heavy and quite bejewelled, the 0.6, it just goes to show its versatility.
You do, you get a different look. If you weave with the 0.6, you get a completely different look than the 0.4 or the 0.25. Obviously the 0.25 and the 0.4 are a bit more delicate. But for this, I mean, it doesn't look overly chunky, but it's got a bit of, it's quite structural really,
Which is wonderful that you can use 0.6 for this, because some people do shy away from it because, you know, 0.6 is kind of, for me, you know, you think initially findings, don't you? I can make findings out of 0.6, that's what it's for. But you can weave with it.
I do an awful lot of weaving with 0.6.
Yeah.
I do. And I like it because if I buy the 0.6, I know that I can weave with it, but I can also make findings.
Yes.
I can do a lot of other things with it as well.
It is a really versatile one. It's quite a few guest designers' favourites, actually. 200 metres worth, 100 of your 1 mil, 100 of your 0.6. This is your web price. £47.90 is your web price for both of these, because remember the 1 mil, obviously, because it's the thicker gauge, it's got more of a core, so this by itself is normally £29.95 on our website. Let's take a look at our designer inspirations price for you today, though. It's not £47.90, it's just £32.95. I said 47 like that because I thought Kirsty said to me it's going to be 42, and I thought, oh good, right, yeah. £32. That is a serious saving, isn't it? That is a saving of, if I'm correct, £15 about. That's almost £15 saving. What do you think of that, Janet?
That's a brilliant price. That's fabulous, and that will go such a long way. I mean, I've got this left,
yeah,
and I did a lot of playing around as well, so I did probably, you know, use a lot more than somebody making just those pieces. So yeah, it just goes on and on. Yeah, that's fab.
The thing is, once you get this, obviously depending on the amount of wire work you do, it can last a really long time, can't it? And I would say, if perhaps you've shied away in the past from 0.6, perhaps you haven't fully connected with it yet as a wire gauge, this could be your time to get it, because essentially you're buying the 1 mil and you're getting the 0.6 for just £5 for 100 metres worth. Seriously, give it a go for your weaving. Yes, it's great for findings, but as you can see today, it's wonderful for your weaving too.
It is. It's a really nice texture as well.
It's
really easy to work with.
Yeah.
You know, but you can work hard on it as well.
Yes,
excuse me. So it is really versatile. So for me, the 1 mil and the 0.6 is an essential, really. Yeah. You know, for me, it's great, and the antique bronze is beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it? So you finish off weaving your bail now.
Okay, so I've gone along as far as I want to do with the bail. So I'll just show you how to finish off. So it's just actually as if you're going to continue with the wrap, and then just wrap round a couple of times, as easily as that. Make that quite tight, and snip that off. Take the chain nose pliers or flat nose pliers and just wrap it around, and then that sharp edge is gone. There's no sharp edge there. Yeah. She says. There you go. So we've got the bail there ready to go. So just kick those out a little way, and then cut these off. And what we're going to do, we're going to spiral these, but they'll be hidden at the back. Okay. But if the pendant flips over, it's quite pretty. So just cut those off, a little section, as short or as long as you want them really, and then just put it in your round nose pliers and start a little spiral. And as you know, I love my spirals.
You're a cracking little spiraler, though, aren't you?
I could spiral all day long.
Could you?
Oh gosh, yes.
If you could have a massive spiral in your house, would you? Yeah. That huge, I'm talking wall to ceiling. Yeah, I love it. What about floor to ceiling with a spiral staircase?
Oh, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Isn't it?
Oh, you've got me thinking now. New house, new staircase, who knows?
All hand spiraled by yourself.
Yes, out of 1 mil wire. There we go, so we've got the 2 spirals there. And then these are the 2 pieces that we've got here. We're going to do exactly the same, but leave those a bit longer because you want sort of the larger spirals, because they're going to be at the front. So once I've started them off, you can easily just be firm with it. So you've got that one sort of sitting just there. Yeah. And we'll do the same with the other side. I always find it easy just to hold it against my hand to start that off.
Does it not pinch your skin?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh.
It soon hardens up. You get used to it. I'll take the pain for my art.
It's dedication.
Isn't it? So there you go, you've got the 2 larger spirals there, and then you've got this here. So what I'm going to do is just shape this now, and I'm just looking to see if you've got any bell nose pliers. Right, I've got my little handy tool. So what I'm going to do is just wrap this around one of these. Here we go. Be quite firm with it because it's woven and the 1 mil. You've got to give it a bit of welly. There you go. And then kick those out just a slight little bit and push that in. You can probably bring those in a bit more. And what I'm aiming to do is so that you can't actually see the little spirals at the back. You can't see those from the front. But there's the bail.
That's
there.
clever.
And then obviously it means that you can actually open that, slip that onto the cord, if you want it onto the cord, and then just close that, push that back into place. So it'll hang on the cord, or you can then do the same and drop it onto the chain.
So you don't actually tie that together then?
Nope, no. And because it's woven, because you've got the 1 mil, that's not going to go anywhere.
No.
But it means that you can open it out and just slip it onto anything really.
So you literally just open it like a door, you're not as fast as it. Well, that's a super easy for interchangeable then, isn't it?
And that's right, because if you've got a chain, say you've got a chunky chain but it's got a big clasp on it, sometimes you can't get them through the bails.
No.
And you don't want to be taking clasps off all the time to fit it on. So just to drop things onto a chain or a cord or something, I just think that's a lot easier.
Just to shush it up. I think that's really good. Thank you for sharing this, Janet.
No problem.
I just want to let you know at home that I've only got 30 of the current kit on screen left right now in the building. Only 30 left available to you. £32.95 is your price for 200 metres worth of wire, 100 of your 1 mil, 100 of your 0.6. It's almost £15 you're saving on this today. It's a serious amount. What would you do with £15, Janet? If I gave you £15 now and said spend £15,
I'd buy some gemstones. I'm
Janet.
sorry, but I can't help it. You've got any extra dosh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I would do.
Would you?
Put stuff in my stash. Yeah.
Stash up for £15. Yeah. Hey, do you want a little heads up about something? Yeah, go on. I'm going to be naughty. I'm not even meant to, but I'm going to. With that £15 saving, you will be able to purchase one of our collector's choice gemstone strands later on, and you'll have change left over, tell you that for nothing. So get yourself this now and look out for that later. £32.95 is your price. Oh, beautiful shot that was then, wasn't it? That was real good. Well done, guys. So what are we going to be having a little look at next?
Okay, I thought perhaps the pendant, the second one along, the one with the little drops, the spiral, another spiral. As if I never get bored of spirals.
Yeah, but that's your thing.
But the thing is, you can embellish them, you can add them, you can use them to hide little bits of messy wire work, you can add them as detail. So it's a spiral fest today.
I love it. It's your little thing.
Yeah.
Do you put spiral on everything? Is it like a signature?
I like to get one in if I can.
Yeah.
Even if you can't see it, just to get a little tiny one so I know it's there.
Yeah, it's nice to have
Makes
your
me
own
feel
little
better.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's nice to have a little signature.
Right, so to do that little spiral there, what we do is we do a spiral, obviously. I'll show you how we do that. Pull off a piece of the wire, and the 1 mil, while it's on the reel, it does get a bit bumpy, and I know people have said, guest designers have said this before, it's always best to run it through your hands before you cut it off and hold from the reel, because if you cut it off and then try and straighten it, you're bending it by holding it. So straight from the reel, straighten that out. Okay, so take a section, obviously again, depending on how big you want your spiral, and then just do the spiral. But we want quite an open spiral on this one.
I always find an open spiral pretty tricky to do, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Because some bits are further apart than others. On one side of the spiral, it's further away, and one it's closer. Have you got any tips on how to do it?
Well, I think it's practice, and I think it's just having the confidence to just go with it. So just make the little spiral as you would do with the closed one.
Yeah.
And then just watch. Actually, you could do it sort of flat down on the board, which might be easier. Can I do that?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
go on, give it a go.
So if you put it down flat on the board, and then you can.
Do you generally do it like this?
No.
So it's going to go wrong now, isn't it?
No, of course not. And then just. Actually, you might be right.
Yeah.
No.
You could flatten that with nylon pliers though, couldn't you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is a bit kinky when it sort of comes out, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So then put the pliers back into this little section.
Yeah.
And you just keep going really until you're sort of happy. And you can sort of shape it out afterwards.
But it's more about taking your time and easing it round as opposed to...
And it's be quite firm when you're holding it here, because if you hold it loose you're going to slip and then you could sort of damage the wire. So just take it a little section at a time, sort of like that, until you're happy with the size that you're gonna get.
That's beautiful.
So if we just take it around a little bit more, there we go. And then what I did is just hold it down, put your finger on the spot, and I apologise for the plaster.
What did you do, Janet?
You know, I don't know.
What?
I don't know what I did. I did something and it was just a gash there and it just happened.
Do you sleepwalk?
No. It was in the middle of the day.
Are you clumsy in general?
Well, a little bit maybe.
Maybe you just
I don't know what happened. Something. But I thought a plaster was much better than a gaping wound.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's not actually a gaping wound, it's probably a paper cut or something. So put the damaged finger on the spiral and put your other finger sort of here, and then just pull that back. And you get that nice little kink in there.
Yeah.
On the other one, I've just sort of kept it straight, but we'll do a bit of a weave, a bit of a wibbly wobbly. So do that, and then just kink that back, because we're going to put and what I did on that as well, I did hammer it, so you can hammer it just to get a bit of texture on it, but otherwise get your nylon pliers.
If you don't have nylon pliers, you're missing out a bit, aren't you?
I love my nylon pliers.
Aren't you?
And it makes such a difference, because if you do this and sort of work hard in it, it does make a difference.
It really does.
Yeah.
And it straightens, it gives strength, it's work hardening, and I've got some in the show in a little bit for you by themselves in the next hour.
So what I would do is just simply do that all the way around, flatten it. So if you've got any sort of wobbly bits, I've got plenty. There you go. See? And it does make such a difference to the wire. It really does.
Does it really?
It. Yeah, honestly. I did actually at home the other day.
It really does.
Let me show you. I did a little experiment. Should we do an experiment?
Yes.
There,
please.
right. You just bend that wire.
Yeah.
As it is.
Bendy, bendy. Yeah, easy peas.
Easy peasy, right?
Yeah. I could do it one-fingered.
Yeah, with your eyes closed.
Yeah,
one hand behind your
possibly.
back.
All right, let's not go too far down it.
And then, if you just quickly whiz it through. Now don't be super strong now and bend it and make it look easy peasy.
Well, no, I'm going to be honest, aren't I? You know what I'm like. But you're just open and closing,
just open and closing.
On the spot, sort of moving slowly up and down.
Move it up and down. And hopefully, now feel that.
I'm going to tell you the truth now, Janet. Wow.
Feel the difference.
Because if you look where I'm bending it, it's bending where I haven't done it.
Yeah.
And again, at the other side, it's bending where we haven't done it.
So it makes such a difference. So if people don't like hammering, people don't want to hammer.
I couldn't do that one-fingered. I could before.
See.
You're right, it does make a difference.
And I actually did this as a little experiment the other day at home. How sad I am.
No, I think that's really cool.
But it does make a difference.
Yeah.
Was that a funny face then you
did?
No. So I would do that just to sort of work harden it a bit. Kink that back so you've got a little straight edge there that we're going to put a little loop on that we can then put the cord through. So just wrap that around those pliers so you've got that little loop. And then what we're going to do is hang these little sections. So I cut on that one, I think I did 5 or 6, I think 5.
5, yeah.
And just cut a longer one and 2 shorter pieces.
Okay.
And then just simply put a little loop on the end of all of those. Right? And then we're going to hang those on here. And to do that, we need 3 little 3 little jump rings. And I made the jump rings simply by wrapping around a crochet hook and then snipping them off, just in the normal way that you would make jump rings.
0.6.
Actually the 1 mil.
1 mil.
1 mil. And then what we're going to do is weave that on with the 0.6. If I just show that quickly, if I show you one of them.
I want to let you know I've only got 25 of this left in stock, the one that's currently on screen. 200 meters in total, 100 of your 0.6 and 100 of your 1 mil antiques bronze wire. This is, I've only got 24 now of these left. Not even slightly surprised. You buy this, you get this for £5. You buy them both together, you're making around £15 worth of saving. A £15 worth saving is something really serious. Especially as a collector's choice strand I have coming up for you later on. It's going to be one of our star buys coming up in the next couple of hours. That, the saving you're making, you could actually buy 2 of my collector's choice for. So treat yourself to these
tease.
now. You're teasing.
Right, so all I've done is wrap the 0.6 around this little section here. So find out sort of roughly where you're going to put your first loop, your first jump ring. Slip the jump ring on. Whoops. And then, she says, it is easy, honestly. Then wrap around, there. Trying the opening part of the jump ring, you can slip that into the top. So there, just make that quite tight. And then just wrap around the jump ring. And that's simply all you do with that. Okay, there we go. Right, so there. So you've wrapped that one round, and then what I would do is just simply turn the jump ring so that the opening part that they've got is in there.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing any opening bits there. And then, excuse me, then wrap around another couple of times, pushing that in, and then simply do that again, and just do that with all of them until you've got them on.
Is there any way that you could incorporate these loops into your initial swirl?
Yeah. Do you want me to show you how we would do that? I don't know how, because I've not done it, but...
Oh, you don't know how?
Well, yeah, I sort of know.
You've got an idea.
I've not done it, but we could do it. There you go. So what you do, you would actually just wrap those around until you've got these 3. Open that, excuse me, open that like you would just open head pin that you've rolled or wrapped. Slip it onto the jump rings. Making a real mess of this, huh? Close that up. And that's how you do that. So you put the longest one in the middle, obviously, and the other 2 there. And then finish them off. And simply that's that pendant. And then perhaps put some cord or put it onto a beaded neck. You can do whatever you want with it, really.
It's quite modern, isn't it, actually, in its appearance.
So should we have a go incorporating the loops into...
Yeah, go on, please, Janet. Let's do
Put me on the spot, Becky.
Well, you know, I just thought...
That's what you're here for.
Yeah, it is, exactly. I'm here for that. I just thought it'd be quite interesting to see whether or not you could do it, because I know that some people are quite structured in their way of liking nice smooth lines and things like that. So I just wondered if it was possible.
It's got to be. Anything's possible, isn't it? Yes. That's what I say.
So you're just creating your initial spiral again. This was your 1 mil again, is it?
1 mil, yeah. So if I just do that quickly, and if we get to a section then where we're going to drop in the loops.
Yeah.
So what I would do is say get to that little section there. So if we say we want sort of the loops here.
Yes.
I think basically what I would do is hold that as close to the edge as I can.
Yes.
Wrap that around. So you've got 1.
So that would be 1.
Right, and what you need to do is sort of keep that going around so that you're keeping that curve.
It in the spiral look, yeah.
So you're keeping that curve there. Then perhaps drop another one in right here. Mind you, that a little bit too far apart, I think, but you get the idea. So you've got that one there.
Yeah.
And then keep that going round.
So you're just putting the very tip of your round nose pliers in, and you're actually moving the wire as opposed to your hand for this, aren't you?
Yeah, so if you just drop that in and then bend the wire around and then move the pliers around so you're not overlapping.
You're not getting the double width
No.
then.
So you're back in there and then around again. So you've got that. And then what I would do then is just continue that spiral, shape it a little bit. So you've still got that spiral shape,
Yeah.
that smooth shape. Go to there and then do the weavy bit that we did before. There you go.
I think that's really pretty.
So instead of weaving on, so if somebody's not confident in weaving, you know, or tying on,
Yeah.
as that is,
Yeah, I see.
then that's always an option, and you get the same look, but obviously you haven't got the woven sections.
Yeah, it just gives it a bit of a different
Look to it.
look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how you would do that if you wanted to do that.
That's fab. Janet, you work very well on the spot, don't you?
Well, I like a bit of pressure.
Good. How do you feel about a question?
Oh, I asked for that, didn't
If
I?
you want to send in any questions, do so at JewelleryMaker.com. Alternatively, you can text us 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. I've got one here now that says Alice. It's from Alice. Hi Alice. It says, hello ladies, fab demo. Can you tell me how the necklace with multiple strands of suede cord is finished at the back?
Okay, I think if
This one, I presume.
well, all of them. There's a couple of different ones. This one is wrapped. The one next to it has actually got.
I'll spin them all around.
Okay.
Shall I? There we go. So, the one you're seeing now is the one with the really large. I'll pop the thing next to it. It's this one. This is the backing of this necklace. So explain to us how you've done this one.
Okay, what I did is I've got four strands of cord. Do you want me to show you quickly?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. 4 strands of the cord. I'll do it just short and quick.
Yeah.
2. Right, so we've got the 4 strands. I kept one of them, if I just clear that, 3 of them together, and then left one a little bit longer.
Okay.
And then the longest piece, folded that over. I've got a piece then of the 0.6. This is a bit rough, but you'd spend sort of time doing that. And then wrapped, catch all of those in there, wrap that around. Do that a lot neater obviously than that, but then you've got your 4 strands and you've got a loop, the cord loop there.
Yeah.
So once you've wrapped this section, you can cut off this piece, but then you can add a clasp or do whatever you want with that then.
Simple.
On that one.
And then the one next to that, this is the one that has the
cord
spiral
ending
with the drops that we've just shown you.
That's got the cord endings. Do you want me to show you how the 4 of them fit into the cord endings from the pack?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. We'll use that one again because we've got 4 there. Snip that off so I don't damage anybody again. Right. There we go. Right.
So when you get your findings pack with us, you get these little cord endings in, and if by the looks of these are the 4mm ones. And what you have, just in case you're new to us, you haven't seen these findings pack before, when we say findings, we mean all the little finishing touches. So you've got your little tooth in there, and these are the sides that we put our cords in, aren't they?
Okay, so what I did is just bring the 4 together and keep them sort of flat. Make sure they don't bunch up. If you keep them like that together, and then just hold them as close to the edge as you can. Take your ending, push them in. If you see, they fit perfectly.
They do actually,
in there.
side by side.
There you go. Then just take the pliers. One of those will actually squidge out now just because I've said how easy it is. There you go. Close that one side.
Yeah.
And then simply ease that around and then close that side. And there you go.
It gets them all in, doesn't it?
And that's the 4 of them on the cord ending. So you've got the 2 different.
It gives it a really professional finish. 2 totally different looks and different finishes, but all really professional. That's beautiful.
But I love these cord endings. I use them a lot. They're fabulous.
To get your hands on the cord endings and also the beautiful suede-ette, you need to get yourself your hands on this bundle, really. 98 pieces in my Antiques Bronze Finding Pack, including some lovely chain. This is what's on your screen right now, including chain and those extender cords that you've seen. If I get you the chain out, because I noticed on this piece here, where you've created your own chain, it's a bit of a different look, isn't it? You can make your own chain, but you do get a chain in the Findings Pack. If you are new to Jewellery Maker, thank you very much for joining us today. When we talk about a Findings Pack, we're talking about all the little bits, the extra essentials, not as when I first got into it, I thought it was things that people had just found.
Sorry for laughing.
I honestly thought that's what it was. I thought it was just something that people had found.
Right.
So like, well, I don't know. Like, you know, sometimes you find like a button on the floor.
Yeah.
I thought it was stuff like that.
Right.
So I presumed. Little did I know how many goodies you actually get in here. You also get 10 meters worth of this sage suede cord, 2.5 by 1 mil. It's super soft. So luxurious, and you said easy to work with too.
Definitely.
As well as that, you have these 4 beautiful strands. The rainbow obsidian's beautiful, isn't it?
Because you look and it sort of says plain round, but there's nothing plain about those. I know we call in the round plain, but when you just look at, they're just amazing. They are amazing. You can just sit and look at them.
Honestly, if we show you the one that we've got here, just because that one's on the stand. But when you're panning down it on the stand, it kind of yells to be worn, because as you see the movement, look at the chatoyancy. Look at this effect. This glowing shiller across the surface. These scream to be worn, because that's how you're going to get more of these beautiful pops. And there's plenty going on in this strand, isn't there? Really is.
And as soon as you see them,
really great
you
quality,
know what they are.
Yeah.
You know, you know exactly what they are. And that's with all of these strands. They're the sort of strands that some strands I look at when I get them and think, I'm not quite sure.
Yes.
But these, I knew instantly what all 4 strands were.
Yeah.
You know, and that's perfect.
Because they're almost the gemstones you have in here are almost the epitome of the gemstones themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're statements
There's
on their own.
nothing added to them. There's no coating on them to sort of throw you off a little bit. They do exactly what they say on the tin, every one of these strands. Yeah. So as well as your rainbow obsidian, you had the multicoloured tiger's eye, which is 100 carats. You had 330 carats of these drums, the picture jasper. You also had 150 carats of the obsidian and a massive 230 carats of your pyrite in these beautiful 5 petals. Now, what would you, I've seen how you've sort of interlinked the beautiful flower petals in the final fringing one, haven't you? I really like the way you've done that. What made you put those styles together?
I wanted to use the cord in a different way, and that is simply threaded onto the 1 mil. A loop at either end, and then just tied, the cord is actually simply just tied on, just wrapped around and sort of tied on. But I just think it gives a bit of a funky look to it.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a day wear piece, isn't it?
An easy to wear piece, that is.
Really easy to wear, beautiful. And I love as well how you've got kind of the flowers, and these almost look like the stems, don't they?
Well, you know, I didn't even think of that, but
they're beautiful. I see things like that. Hey, I've got to show you my wire wrap pendant later.
Oh, okay.
I got inspired by a dead bee. Now, I have got another message in for you.
I look forward to that.
I've got another message. Laura Binding liked it. She said, this is from Sarah. She says, I am new to Wirework. Oh, well done, Sarah. Thank you for getting into it. I bet you're having loads of fun. She says, can you show me how to make jump rings? Okie pokey.
Can we do that now?
Yep.
Yep, okay. I'll show you how I made.
There's loads of different ways you can make them. This is one way, isn't it?
Yeah. Like you say, there's lots of different ways, and you can use the round nose pliers and just go around. But what I did to make these ones that we've used just on that design, I took a crochet hook, just a round crochet hook. You can use anything that's round. You can make small, large, whatever size you want. Different shapes. I made some oblong shapes by going around a palette knife.
Clever.
And you know, so you can do whatever you want really.
Clever.
But if you hold the wire on something here and then simply wrap it around, there you go. So just simply wrap that around, so you've got sort of, you can do it on the gizmo, I would imagine, you know, on the larger one.
I've got a huge gizmo coming up for you in a little bit.
So you could do it on that. So once you've got a little gizmo effect there, slide that off, take your pliers, and then cut off that little section there that you've just, that little tail. And then what you'll find is where you've cut that off, that end of that wire there, that end there, put the pliers next to that and snip off next to that to cut off the next jump ring. Sorry, my eyes are a bit there. Snip,
so that it makes a full circle.
And then, so again, just find the end of that wire, go next to it. So I'm trying to hold it away, but sorry. She says it's easy. There you go.
It is though. When you're not doing it,
is
to a camera angled in front of you, it is much easier, isn't it?
So it's just simply finding where that edge of that wire is and snipping, and there you go.
Thank you for sending that in, Sarah. What I would say as well is we have had some chainmail by Debbie Bulford. She's been showing us how to do chainmail. In her first one, she did show us how to make that. So have a little look out for the YouTube. This one says, Becky, you're correct. The metal cut-offs that fell on the floor during metal production were called findings because they were found and reused.
There you go.
Amanda, thank you so much.
Did you pay Amanda to say that?
Eyes. No. Pay you later, Amanda. Oh, how interesting. I didn't realise that.
See, you must have this sixth sense.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I used to be in the metal industry. Who knows? So you've made all these beautiful pieces for us. They're absolutely stunning. I've, of course, got your designer inspirations coming up again in an hour.
Yep.
After this break, I'm going to give you your challenge. Sum up in 5 seconds your next designer inspiration piece.
I would say classy, beautiful, amethyst.
She did 3 words and didn't even ask me. Yeah, I didn't even need to say. Janet, we've worked together a fair few times, haven't we? So join us after the break because we have got designer inspirations in just over an hour. But before that, we're going to join ourselves in our one-stop shop after this.
Life gives we will take and make yellow flowers. Says, take your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
Welcome back to Design Inspirations. Thanks for joining me. My name is Becky and this afternoon we're joined by Janet.
How are you, Bex?
Hey, how are
Bex. Sorry.
What?
That was very Bex.
You
That was
call
very
me Bex when we're
informal.
not on TV. when we're not on screen, you call me Bex. Hey Janet, I've been called worse. It's alright. So, because you've been so lovely today, genuinely giving you a real treat in our one-stop shop challenge today.
I'm excited.
This is a stunning matrix box. It's going to be your challenge. It's a last in stock matrix box, by the way. We'll do this for you now. These are all your faceted rondelles. Now, the matrix box, what we do for matrix box is we get you high quality gemstones with variety. So I know that when the matrix box first came out, people didn't quite understand them, couldn't really get their heads around them, didn't understand why we were doing gems of distinction strands essentially, but in smaller quantities and in a box. It seemed a little bit odd. The reason being, you've got that gems of distinction quality. You've got that gems of distinction notifications. So all of the specific things you look for in the gem world in your highest grade quality gems. So for example, of course, in something such as a diamond, you might be looking for perfect clarity. Whereas with certain sapphires, actually the more silky internals they have, the higher the price. You have for each gemstone a different few targets that you're trying to hit, basically. So that's what these gems are doing. But what they're doing that you cannot get from a strand of our gems of distinction is you're getting variety. There is no chance that we could bring you a strand that was gems of distinction quality that had in it all of these gemstones in one strand. There's just no way that we will be able to bring that to you. So with this, it's your way of getting quality that really is unlike anything else, but also a variety. So, 150 carats worth we have in here in total. Let me get them out and show them for you. Oh my goodness. So, we have in here
your tanzanite. It's a really light, beautiful blue for the tanzanite. Rarest gemstone. As well as that, we have your iolite, and we have your kyanite as well, the other blue over here. Your morganite, which you can see if I pull out a morganite for you, because I can't really see them that well because I like to throw them around first off. But you can't really see them that well against the white background. If I show you against the black, you might be able to see a little bit better. The beautiful pink tones. Can you see the stunning faceting on the outside of these rondelles? Beautiful, aren't they? You've also got in here your aquamarine, and this aquamarine is so poppy. How fun is that colour pop here? You've also got in here, I probably don't really need to tell you what this is, do I? Let's see. What is this gemstone, Janet?
Would it be Labrador?
Indeed. You can tell instantly, can't you, as soon as that shilling comes across. You also have some really seriously hefty pieces of our yellow beryl. Highest grade family, really. I don't think I've ever seen a strand of yellow beryl, actually. Oh my days. It's the tweezers, they're not great workman blaming tools. And last but by no means in the slightest least, neon apatite. Really beautiful neon blue bursts through here. Isn't that gorgeous, just resting on the white? So this is your selection. Let's read it. Look at this now. The launch price on this is £24.95. Let's take a look at what your price is nowadays. £17.95. You're getting for this, for that price, you are getting serious quality, serious variety, but you're now going to get a serious shock as well. It's not £17.95, it's £15.95 for you today, because I've only got 68 of these in stock at all. This is Janet's challenge. So not only will you get quality, variety, value for money, but you also get a little bit of inspiration from the wonderful Janet herself. Janet, what ideas have you got?
I think there's going to be a ring in there.
Good.
Got to be a ring in there.
Good.
And I might then try and make maybe a bracelet.
I'm around
bangle.
an N, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah. Small N.
I'll bear that in mind.
Small N.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll start off with a ring and then we'll see how it evolves.
Beautiful.
Can I come and get those then?
Yeah, of course you can. Come and scout these off me.
Cheers,
you couldn't wait to get them then, could you? Now, let me just let you know that we've got, we'll be coming over to you in real terms, probably about an hour and 30 minutes. You have to play with that. Is that okay?
That's fabulous, yeah.
Fab. Okay, now let me give you a little sneaky peeky. If you may well have noticed this, and I mentioned it earlier. Yes, they're coming as two separate star buys. First off, your large wire gizmo, and finally your nylon jaw pliers. These are your 2-star buys of this hour. We'll be bringing them to you really soon, but trust me, they're not to be missed out on, especially the pliers. We have quite low numbers of that in total. So where are we heading to? Wirework bonanzas. Oh, what was her name? Was it Alice? It was starting Wirework. I think it was Alice, wasn't it? Alice, you know, you were saying that you were starting Wirework. Truly, you're going to want to get your hands on this. You really are, because this is your DVD bonanza. You've got here 10 DVDs. Let's go through them quickly. You have in here Wirework edition 4. These aren't in order. This is one of the designs that you'll be seeing on the pieces. This is Laura binding. You've got number 4, edition number 2, all Laura binding. This is more rings. This is your Wirework rings. Oh, this is actually, who is it? Louise, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, it's Louise, this one. So this is your Wirework rings. Your Wirework edition 1, where you get taught the famous now Tree of Life. Wirework edition 3, you get taught how to make this bangle, this piece, this pendant, as well as there's a lot more weaving techniques within this actually. You have your gizmo wirework basics, which is an essential if you're planning on getting your hands on our jumbo gizmo later. Wirework rings edition 1. This is going to start you off with all of your basic steps, how to do sizings, how to move shapes, how to create pieces, everything step by step in there. It's a great DVD. Wire sculpture, this is one of our newest ones, and this is by the very talented Alison. She shows us how to make this gorgeous box, as well as a bell and a stocking design. This is a little trinket box itself. It actually has hinges on the box. It's beautiful. You get shown how to make those. This is your Wirework edition 2. So this is all your step-by-step basics, going into little bits more detail. Laura binding on this one again. Then we're number 8. We have the Gizmo Wirework projects. This is edition 2. And then finally you have your Polymer and Fusion project, and this one is Debbie Bulford. So 10 DVDs in total. You know the price of DVDs if you've been with us a while, won't you? They are £4.95. So for 10 DVDs, bearing in mind you've got Wireworks edition 1 to 4, that's just 4 DVDs. You're getting all of these goodies. Wirework 1 to 4, you've got 2 for the rings, 2 for the gizmo, you've got your sculpting, and you've got your fusion with your gizmoing as well. It's not £49 today. That's what it should be. You know Wirework edition 1, 2, 3 and 4, Alison, you need to get your hands on them. Buy them in this. Because you're not paying £49, you're paying just £19.80. Let me find my Wirework 1 to 4. These ones are for you, Alison. There we go. So I've got 1, edition 1, edition 2, edition 3, that's 4, and edition 4. Buy these now, Alison, off our website, and you will be paying the exact same price as you are going to be paying for all 10 of these. This is a buy 4, get 6 free offer. I'm not sure anyone has ever done that before. Buy 4, get 6 for completely free. All of these goodies. Do you know what, ladies at home, ladies and gents at home, if you have got yourself, say you're looking at this and thinking, do you know what, I've already got Wirework 1, 2, 3, and I've also got the Polymer Fusion. I've actually already got these ones, but I haven't got the rest. For that price, it's worth getting the whole set, the whole kit and caboodle, because you've already got 4, but essentially, even then, you're getting a 2 extra free, and you do DVD swaps on Facebook. Loads of people DVD swap all the time. Someone will say, oh, I've got 2 of the Wirework edition ones, but I haven't got the sculpting one. Has anyone else got that? And people just swap them. Simple swaps. £19.80. Buy 4, get 6 free. That's about 10 hours worth of jewellery making, isn't it? Because each of these are around an hour long.
Heaven.
Oh, heaven. Imagine. And, you know, sometimes you get those days where perhaps you're feeling a bit creative, but you can't really set yourself off, you can't really start yourself, you don't know what you're in the mood to do, pop on a DVD. Because that'll spark your imagination, won't it? Especially if it's one that maybe you haven't worked with before, you haven't seen before. Some of the techniques you pick up spark your imagination, and then you can do the techniques, but then carry them on in another way, can't you?
And if you've
10
got,
of these.
sorry.
Go on, Janet.
I was going to say, if you've got a beading group, a group that you meet, you could buy those and you could sort of share them around. You know,
you
have a loan them out.
Yeah, loan it. Do it like almost like a library.
Yeah.
You said that at the same time, then, Janet.
We're just connected.
Aren't we just? Right, how many? 20? Oh, bang on 20 of these left now. You need to be super duper fast on this one. You need to be really, really fast. Some of the ones, the DVDs that we've had around for a while, you know, we've had DVDs recently that we've stopped producing because they've been around for a while. Get all of them whilst you can. Don't think, oh, I haven't taken up that skill yet, but I think I will maybe at a later date. I'll buy it in a year or so. Don't do that, because we have had some DVDs that go out and we stop making them. So do get them whilst you can. Buy 4, get 6 for free. These are separate auctions, but I'm just going to show you them together. Let's have a look at the hammer first. So we've got a hammer and a chasing block. You're able to buy them now separately. This is your chasing hammer. You have your flattened edge and your ball side. This is perfect for wire working. Flattening it, changing the composition, giving it indentations, giving it ridges, almost creating a vintage-like effect with this that you can do. You used a hammer, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I used it on some of the spirals that we did earlier, so you've got that, you know, you've got that hammered look to them.
Yeah.
And it is simply just turn it around and use the other end and just lightly tap, and you know, it gives a really good effect.
I see. So we have the hammer and then this long handle. The reason this is so important is it is wooden. It's got the length that means that if you hold it nearer to the end, you don't have to overwork it. It kind of works itself, but you can also use it at the top to get into the little nooks and crannies. And also, because it is wooden, that means that you get no reverb.
Yeah. There's
no reverb back from the steel block, which you could get if this wasn't as it is. Let's take a look at your web price. £6.95. Let's take off a few cheeky pounds though. Why not? It's designer inspiration. It's £4.95 for you today, this hammer. Please don't think that you can nip down your local market and get yourself a normal hammer. It is not the same. If you do that, you're gonna have loads of, well, broken, dinted, you're gonna get the colour coming off your wire as well, aren't you? Don't risk it. For £4.95, it's a cracking price, but it's also for professional jewellery making, which is what you're going to be doing at home with this. If you're going to be getting your hammer, you really truly do need your block. This is your steel block. It's steel and it is a base block. So if I show you the width of it, this is the width of it. I can't get it out of the box, it's a nightmare to get in. But what we'll do is you use this to basically hammer onto. The reason being, not only does it protect your table, but it reverbs back through. So this, yeah, go on.
That's one that's been bashed, but
this is one that's been nicked and bashed. Thanks, Janet, you're a love. This one that's been well loved, let's say, for years and years. All of our guest designers have used this steel block, including yourself, Janet, I'm sure. So the reason is when you're working onto this, it gives you your work back into it. This got sent by one of our wonderful guest designers called Gemma Crow. She was sending one to a friend. It cost her, via the post, £6.50 just to send a block. £2.95 is all you're paying today. And this, therefore, is a basket opener. Let's take a look at your web price, shall we? £7.95 is your web price, but we want you to get involved with Wirework today, so let's take a few pounds off. £5.95 is your price. £2 saving on this today. It's worth getting your hands on for that, and trust me, it makes a huge difference when you're hammering. But also, you can shape onto this, you can heat it. coaster. What else can you use this for, Janet?
Well, if you've got sort of a wirework piece that you're doing, and perhaps you're shaping it, but you want to sort of put a bit of pressure on it to get that shape.
Yeah.
You know, if you do it on your table, you're gonna dent your table, or you mark your table. You've always got that to sort of press against. But for hammering, it's essential. You know, you need that to hammer it to get that metal on metal sort of. You know.
I know. Yeah. There we've got. Also, you can stamp onto this, can't you? With your plate, with your blanks.
Yes,
Put your blank on and then stamp onto it.
Yeah.
Because then that gives a little bit of added work, doesn't it? £5.95 is your price on this today. Let's give you some wire now, shall we? Let's do for you. Yeah. Where is it? Okay. Ooh. Wow. 1 mil gold wire. This gold's really unusual. Is that just me? Is it the lights in here today? This gold looks really different. It's more of that old gold.
Yeah.
Is this just me? You know, the old gold?
It looks really warm, doesn't it?
Yeah. Almost, you know, not the yellow golds that we've had on quite a bit recently. Is this just me? Because no, it is, isn't it? Because no one else is agreeing now. I don't know. It looks slightly different to me today. 100 metres of this 1 mil gold coloured copper wire. So we could use this as an alternate colourway on your previous piece, couldn't we?
Yep, definitely. I mean, like you said, the 1 mil for me is a must really. I've always got a lot of 1 mil. You know, in my stash. And the gold, yeah, you could do it, the other piece that we did earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Do it in the gold rather than in the antique bronze.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And with those gemstones as well, because you've still got those earthy tones.
Yeah.
With the gold, it looked great.
I know what you mean. I think that'd be lovely. It works really well. Adds a bit of warmth really as well, wouldn't it? And a bit of depth too, definitely. 100 metres, 1 mil. Let's take a look at your web price. Your web price is £27.95 usually. That's how much it always is. However, it's on the web at the moment. It's on sale at the moment at £24.95. We've just taken a couple of pounds off, so you can get it for £22.95 today. That is a wonderful deal for you, around £5 saving on its original and usual price. It is on sale at the moment on the website, but we beat that hands down. Take an extra £2 off, so it's £22.95 for you today. This is one of my favourites. I don't know how to describe it. I suppose, is it a medium in a way? I suppose. It is your wire mesh. 2 of these you're getting, and these are the 10 mil. 1 metre of each, and you have the antiques bronze and the graphite colour. Mesh is something so loved. It's something that has been ever so popular. You've got graphite. The graphite is this sort of metallic-y graphite colour. It's kind of a cooling, warming tone. And you have this antiques bronze. These 2 are your 10 mil. You also have the 18 mil. Again, 1 metre. The difference between these is obviously the gauging, the gaps in between, the actual thickness. You'll see that on my head magically a piece has appeared, and this is working with mesh also. This is with the antiques bronze colour of mesh that we can see here. My plan never fails, they've just propped up differently. So this is my wire mesh headband piece. This is a beautiful Gemma Crow design, and as you can see, what we've done here to create these petal-like effects is we've worked with a structural wire, and then very simply all you do is stretch the mesh over that frame and keep it in place. That's how you're creating these beautiful petal-like effects. It's wonderful if you're into butterflies. Very lovely to be used as bridal pieces. In fact, wire mesh was pretty much the largest component of 2013's winning guest designer design, which was by Gemma Crow, and it was her bridal bouquet. It's really simple to use, and it's one of those that once you give it a go, it's quite addictive. The amount you can do with it is fab. Let's take a look at your web price. £7.40 for you today. Let's take a little bit out, shall we? That would be your web price for all four. It's a fab price, but add it to your order deal for just £6.95. Every single penny we can possibly squeeze off this, we have done that for you today on this. If you haven't worked with mesh before, honestly, do give it a go, because it is so simple to use. Create a shape from wire, stretch this over the top. Alternatively, you can actually use this with beading thread. Just weave it through beading thread and have it almost as the torque, a really interesting necklace. You can ruffle it up. You can use it in buttons as well, can't you? If you scrunch it up and they create sort of button effects. What have you done with mesh before, Janet?
I've not used it an awful lot, but I sort of make the rose, the flower with it, yes, which is really nice. And I actually did that with the, put them with some pearls. So we've got a rose flower with some pearls, and they look really beautiful. Oh, beautiful. But you can thread beads through them as well, so you can just see the beads through.
You can nestle beads inside.
And it's really forgiving as well. If you do something and you think that's not quite right, you can always sort of pull it back into shape and start again.
Yeah, you need to be really fast on this at home. Sorry guys, I've got 27 of these left in stock. Not that many people of checking out at this point. It's really important you check out. You're not guaranteeing that it's yours until you check out. Doesn't matter how many times you check out within a day, you're only paying one postage and packaging, £2.95 until midnight tonight. So please check out. That's the only way you're guaranteeing that it's definitely yours for keeps. Please do that as soon as you can. I'm gonna have to move on from this, but it's wonderful to give it a go, because it is one of those things that even if it does bend out of shape, you can, as Janet said, just fold it back together and go back, try something again, fold it back, try something again, until you get what really works for you. It's really versatile, so easy to use. If you're a brand new beginner, but you want something that looks quite intricate, this is the product for you. It's going to be a sellout within the next few minutes, so I'm going to have to move on. That's going to be a sellout, definitely. Single figures I'm heading into on those. Now, this is luxury at its best. 925 sterling silver wire. The sterling silver colour. So you've got sterling silver, and you also have your rose gold tone. Now, what thickness is this? 0.8 mil this is, both of these. I'm going to get them out for you so you can see them a little bit better, if that's okay. Have you worked with 925 wire yet, Janet?
Yeah, yeah. And the 0.8 for me, it screams rings. Yeah, I do rings, but using the 0.8, it's perfect.
Yeah. It is perfect for them, yeah, isn't it? Here are your little springs. 1 metre you get of each, of the rose gold and the sterling silver. They're high shine. The thing is, if you want to make yourself a ring that is, you know, that feels luxurious, because let's face it, you can buy 925 chain from us, can't you? You can buy 925 facetings, but to make a ring, really the most used way of doing it, I guess, would be with wire, wouldn't it? You know, of course you can use beads and thread, of course you can, but it would be mainly to use wire. So if you want to create real luxury for a ring, this is your way to do it. Let's take a look at your web price. Your price on these, £23.90. until today. We're going to do you a deal on this. This is a seriously special offer. How about being able to create, what, 4 rings out of this for less than £20? £19.95 on your 925 sterling silver wire. That's a wonderful deal. It's really high quality. And in fact, could you imagine creating with this some really high-end chainmail?
Yes.
Really high-end chainmail you could do with this if you got a couple of these. And in fact, let's think about doing that as I go over right now to my style buy. This is absolutely perfect for your gizmoing. We haven't had it in that long. I don't think I've ever brought this to you, to be honest. I'm not sure whether or not I have. This is your wire coiling gizmos. And this is one of those products that when it comes into stock, it flies out quick as a flash. What I would say is I know that a lot of you have been asking about this and when it's going to be on next and how many we have in, and you know, I'll say to you now, we have got triple figures, but I can guarantee you right now that certain people right now, and bet you there's at least a handful of people out there who are currently texting their friend, oh my goodness, it's finally on, it's back on, it's back on, because I've seen online loads of people really waiting to get their hands on this. This right now is your time to text your mates and let them know, yes, it is on, and yes, I'm going to do a great deal on it for you. So this is perfect for chainmail. Now, when we did our first tutorial of the chainmail with Debbie Bulford, she showed us exactly how to make jump rings with the gizmo. She only used the basic gizmo for that, which was the 2 rods. Yesterday, when we had our second part with her, she was talking much more about this, wasn't she? She was talking much more about this one. She was talking about the internal diameter of the larger rod and the medium-sized rod on this one in particular. Because the difference between this is a few things. First off, your amount of rods, you'll be able to see the amount of holes you have in here as well. Also, you have on this one that you don't have on the basics, your clamp. Really simply undoes, and then very simply slot it onto your table. I won't clamp my hand in, but very simply pop it onto your table and clamp it tighter. Lefty loosey, righty tighty, isn't it? There we go, so we're tightening it now. So that really simply means that it's going to stay in place, it's going to stay firm. Now let's have a little look at your rod, shall we? So that's your post. Let's have a look at your rods. You've got, this is the smallest one. This one in diameter creates 1.2 mil jump rings inside diameter. This one creates an inside diameter of 1.6 mil. So these are great for the more intricate, the littler designs, just this casual looping on. Really delicate, beautiful gizmo coils, perfect for talks perhaps on your pieces. These next 3 are the ones that if you've been interested in those chainmail, these next 3 are the ones you want to start listening to. This next one here creates the internal diameter for kind of our start off points of our chainmail. The internal diameter this creates is around a 3.2. So almost pretty much Byzantine, isn't it really? You can do Byzantine with this, can't you? Then, going up again, This is definitely Byzantine. In a box you could do with this. 4.2 ID. And finally, around a largest one, we were talking about this a lot the other day as well. This is around a 5.2 ID. So she used yesterday when Debbie Bulford on her step-by-step tutorial did the charm bracelet. Do you remember? I had that box of briolets, showed us that chainmail bracelet that had the large openings. This one is the one that she was talking about then, because she created that largest bit. If you missed it, don't worry, catch up on it on YouTube. Now, I told you, didn't I? I said to you, we have got triple figures on these. I can't say that anymore. Sorry. Already, I've had 30 of them go. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say some of these pieces are just the ones that people wait for and look out for. Let's bring in your price, shall we? £7.95 is all you're going to be paying for this today. It's really simple to follow. It's really useful to get your hands on. If you haven't worked with a gizmo before, give it a try. There are so many different looks you can create with a gizmo. So many different pieces that you can create, including, but not limited to, this beautiful turtle. You see this turtle design, and on the torque section here, you see these really beautiful tight coils that have then been coiled back around. This is a coil that's been created with this, that has been coiled on a coil. Double whammy. And this is actually using this deluxe one, because it's the finest weave that we have in here. One of the finest, maybe the second one up that you get in here. £7.95 for you. It is a tool that you really wanted to get your hands on. It's definitely worth doing that now. Web bidders, please check out. Producer Kirsty is telling me she can see at least 10 of you online right now who have got it in their baskets but aren't checking out. I won't keep telling you, but don't miss it, because otherwise people message in afterwards and say, oh, I missed that, I had it in my basket and someone took it out. But please check out, and that won't happen. If you check out, then it won't happen. The faster you check out, the less likely it is to happen. Janet,
yeah,
have you used the gizmo before?
I have, but not the deluxe one. I've just got the sort of the standard two. So I need that one really.
What would you do with it?
Like you say, the coils, and what I have done in the past as well is use just a simple coil around a frame, like the necklace that we did earlier.
Yeah.
So for the outside frame, use the coil, and then weave in and out of the coils, backwards and forwards across the pendant.
I see.
So there's lots of different things you can do with them. You can make beads, you can make gizmo beads. You do lots of things with them. So it's perfect.
Do you like gizmos?
Yes.
Are you okay, Janet? Because earlier on I said to you, just give me a 5-second thing. I didn't even say to you 3 words, but still you did 3 words because you know how much I love it.
Okay.
I'm feeling quite generous. Would you like to add this to your challenge?
Oh yeah, go on then.
Would you?
Yeah. Why not?
Right. Okay, let's
I'm
add
up for a
this to
challenge.
Janet's challenge then. £7.95 for you. If I can hand this across to you, chick.
I'll come and get it.
No. You know,
Cheers,
I said to you, no problem. Have fun with that. Adding those to your matrix rondelle. Now, I've got half my stock gone. Can you believe it? I started off with way over 100. So quick. I've got a big queue of people on the phone. Please do stay where you are. I promise you'll be answered in order, and we do get to you as quick as possible. Janet, I'm sure you don't need this, but let's just give it you. It's the instructions, just in case.
Thank you. You never know.
So, I've got another tool that you will absolutely love coming up in a little bit. Your nylon pliers, they're coming up for you too. Stay where you are. We will be with you, honestly. it's going to be worth the wait, because the thing is, okay, if you hang up now and think, oh, I'll make myself a brew and then I'll come back and ring again in a minute when it's quieting down, what if they're gone? It's worth waiting on the phone for a minute, isn't it? Maybe even a minute and a half. It's worth the wait, because if you miss out, you'll be upset, won't you? Stay where you are. $7.95 for you today. Right, let's carry on in our one stop. Let's do some high quality shepherd's hooks. These are go really beautifully with the rondelles, and actually go really nicely with that 925 wire. Let's have a look. These are 925, they're high shine, high gleam, highest grade of silver we can possibly bring to you for jewellery making. There is Britannia silver, however, it's just far too soft to work with. The amount you're getting, 10 pairs in total. Have a little look at this coil at the front. See the little coil we have on here? If I maybe pop my hand, you'll be able to see slightly better. These little coil that you get, it's just a little designed feature, and then where my tweezers are now, that section is flattened for comfort, and it is also stamped on there that it is 925. So people will know, your customers will know that you're giving them quality. 10 pairs of these you're getting in total. They're the 15mm shepherd's hooks, 925. Let's get your price in. £9.95 pound per pair, 50p per shepherd's hook. The profit possibilities are really high on this product, aren't they? Don't forget, I've got luxury for less actually in the last hour. I've got some serious... Okay, let's give some clues. I've got a collector's choice strand in which you could, if you bought 2 of them, you'd get change from £15. I've got one of the most regal gemstones in the whole wide world. I got a gemstone that changed the shape in a way of the world and the way that that was aged. I've got so many goodies. And when I say luxury for less, trust me, I mean it, I really do. They'd be great with these, plenty of those. If you're having these, if you're getting yourself some of these shepherd's hooks, you're going to need something to strand onto them, aren't you? For example, these flattened head pins. Got to admit, I've not seen these ones before. I've seen the heart ones, but the flattened ones I've not seen. So these are the ball head pins. So imagine the ball head, but these are flattened. They are. See how it's flattened off at the top? These are really long, aren't they? 45mm. Hey, you could spiral all day with these, couldn't you, Janet? Janet, you having fun?
That's right.
You having fun over there?
Yeah.
Gizmoing away. Just, she's put down the piece she was making. She's just, that's gone. Gizmoing away. So 45mm, you could definitely do some spirals on here.
Yeah.
If you,
the flathead pin
Yeah.
are great, because if you don't want any detail to show at the bottom, so you're doing an earring, a drop earring,
Yeah.
and you just want the bead to show, the flathead pin's great, because it just, you know, don't see anything at the bottom of the earring.
highlighting,
Yeah,
as opposed
right.
to distracting.
That's right, yeah.
So these are 20 of them, and they are 7 carats plated gold, around to 925. Add it to your order price tag of just £6.95 for you today. That's all you're going to be paying for 20 of these. Get your hands on them whilst you can though, because they're going out quickly. I have got 10 of these gone already just from bringing the price on. So please get your hands on them now. They're the flattened ones. You don't see them that often. So treat yourself to them whilst you can. these on the other week actually in my designer inspiration, didn't I? I've got less than 100 left of these. This is my matrix box of the copper e-coated beads. This is rose gold flash and they're e-coated beads. You're getting around 49 of these brushed copper. Let me show you some of the shapes, shall I? You can see in there you've got some marquises, you've got some flattened ovals, my favourites coming up for the time of year. What shape am I going to show now? Janet?
Heart.
Yep. Oh, you were listening.
Yeah. With one ear.
Here, you've got here your large hearts. These are your large puffy hearts. They're chunky actually, aren't they? What's the size on this one? 8 mil? 10 mil? They're 10 mil, yeah? 10 mil on these ones. And then you've got the littler one too. And this one's 8 mil. Little 8 mil heart. If you missed these last time from our designer inspiration, this could be your chance to get them. Could be your last chance to get them as well actually, because I've not got a huge amount of them if I'm honest. These are perfect. What would you think of doing with these, Janet?
We could drop them in as sort of spacer beads, or you could sort of, the larger heart I'd put in the centre, maybe with some amethyst.
Yeah.
And the smaller ones maybe make earrings with them.
I think that's a lovely idea.
Yeah. But that's such a lovely effect. That brushed effect on them is really stunning.
This Algoria look is really in at the moment within the jewellery world. This idea of mixing your fiery, hot, metallic tones with pops of your almost ultramarine blues and your serious purples, aren't they? So you're completely right. I think to get that Algoria look, this is exactly the type of thing you need to be going for. These, I think you can stamp into them as well, can't you? I'm sure I'm right in saying that. With the flattest ones. Oh, someone falling. Amelia, are you throwing stuff around again? There's no need to, alright?
I just know what a great deal they're going to get on this particular.
Oh, that is disgustingly gross. I'm throwing things around because I just know they're going to get such a great deal. Oh no, Amelia, a bit naff. Amelia. Let's take a look at your price. Is Amelia right? She's not wrong at all. £9.95 is the price you're going to be paying. You were perfectly right, Amelia. Hey, if you keep the prices that low, keep throwing stuff around, chicks, fine. £9.95 for you today on this matrix box. 8 different shapes in different sizes. All really centre drilled, means it's perfect for charms. £9.95 for you. Let's squeeze in for you. What's meant to be in there? Okay. I've got your jig. Yes, I can see. So, I've got 2 tools in here and these are coming together. That's interesting. This is your wire wrapping jig. Now, we've used this before, haven't we, Janet?
We have, yeah.
And what did we create on this?
We did sort of like the wavy effect. We did a brooch or a scarf pin that we could transfer into a hairpin.
Yeah.
And you can make lots of different shapes, and then you can weave gemstones in between, or you can make connectors, you know, sort of make fancy connectors with them. It's brilliant.
It is really good. Useful, isn't it? It's great if you want symmetry to your pieces. It's perfect if you want to maybe create your own little accent, your own little piece, your own little je ne sais quoi to your finished pieces. You can do that with this. It comes with really simple instructions on the back too as to how to create, and it also has little grates where you can add on your own designs to it as well. You've got 2 lengths of 2 different coloured wires in here too, just to help you practice and get on the way. You've also got in here your mandrel. And this mandrel actually, it kind of comes and then disappears for a bit, doesn't it, this one? Quite a few people use this one.
I love it.
Janet, you love it,
I
don't
love
you?
it. It's fabulous.
This is your favourite, isn't it?
Because you can do lots with it. You can make rings with it, with the round section.
With the round half.
You can make sort of different shaped jump rings with the other end. You can make lots of shaped connectors. There's such a lot you can do with it.
Because it goes from circle to oval to square to triangular.
Yeah.
So you can create great shapes, can't you?
You can do lots with it. It's fabulous. Really good.
So you can use this to bend that bail over, couldn't you?
Yes, that'd be perfect for that, yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the price of both of these, shall we? Oh, £6.95. That's really good, isn't it? For two of them. Add that to your order right now. Because honestly, if you've never worked with these two before, it's something that once you have a go with it, you're kind of hooked a bit, aren't you? Let's finish up your hour in style, shall we? You've been waiting for it. It's here again. Your star buy.
Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service.
These are the goodies you've been waiting for. Your nylon jaw pliers. These are wonderful for so many things. Your graphics are straight in. Because, how many did you say we had, Kirsty? We are just in triple figures. Triple figures, we're in. Just about. But these go fast, don't they? I'm going to get them out for you and show them to you all. So, you've got the handles on them. They're a bit different to our normal handles, aren't they? They've got a little bit more, comfort and a little bit of squidge to them, haven't they? In here, you can see at the top, this is the nylon section we're talking about. These are the bits that we absolutely adore. Let's play a game, Janet.
Okay.
One thing each, briefly, that you can do with these. A bit like Wirework ping pong.
Okay.
Nylon plier ping pong. I'll start, I'll serve.
Okay.
Okay. Wire straightening.
Wire strengthening.
Wire wrapping.
Wire bending.
Good one.
Angle.
Good one. Cracking for wire protecting.
Oh, yeah. There's lots more. I just can't.
What about wire tucking?
Tucking, yes, yes.
Wire, you know, sometimes when you're weaving and you can't quite get a good grip,
Yeah.
but it's the coloured wire and you don't want to strip it.
And holding,
Holding,
securing.
skewering.
Yeah. Or you sort of wrap around or do things.
Yeah, I think that was a draw.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. These are really useful though. You've seen exactly how we would use these to strengthen. It's very simply just a sort of, you go along just gently pressing in, don't you? What did you say, Kirsty? You look like a little dog. Oh no, I don't. This is your nylon jaw comfort grip pliers. Let's just bring your price in, shall we? Because these are flying out already. Let's bring your price in. £4.95 for them. How would you describe these when you first got them?
Well, I thought that they were a godsend really, because when you're just sort of using the metal ones, you're always worried about sort of denting the wirework. But holding with those, it's great. You don't get that denting them at all. Doesn't damage the wirework at all, so it's fabulous.
The way I would describe these is it's one of those tools that before you have it, you can kind of cope without it, you think.
Yeah.
But then once you get them, you think, why did I ever bother?
How did I cope without it?
How did I cope without it?
That's exactly right. Why didn't I say that? That's exactly right.
And what I would say is these, when you have them for a few years, like we obviously do here, every single guest designer uses these, every single one, they will get little ridges and little grooves in them, which is actually quite helpful for some, because if you have a section, an area where you just straightened, you will get, after time, little grooves in there. Don't worry, it doesn't mean they're broken or there's anything wrong with them, it's totally normal. And it actually makes parts of your job a little bit easier with them as well, doesn't it?
I mean, mine have got little grooves in there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any difference, because they're not sharp, they don't dig into the wire or anything. No. Because it's a nylon. They're great.
So these can last you a really long time. Really long time. Give yourself a treat with these today. How many of these have we got left? Ooh, we're still in triple figures, just in there. Loads of people are on their web with these at the moment. £4.95. Have we got some wire? Let's just, can I just lend a bit of your wire? Just want to, thank you, Janet. Sorry. So if I just show you, I'm just going to do a slight bend, nothing major, and I'll do one at either side. So I'll bend it, kind of kink it around a little bit, okay. So if I straighten this out, not perfectly, so I've kinked this in the same way on each side. What I'll do, so you'll see one kink here, one kink here. What I'll do is I will try and straighten this one out with just using my fingers. So is this 1 mil?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got to really warm it up. And then I'm trying to flatten it here. Okay. Let's be honest, pretty much the flattest I can get it is this, but you can see it's still got this kink section in it. If I do that and then run my nylon pliers over this, literally each side, look now at how much straighter that section is. That is perfectly flattened off now. It really is a game changer when it comes to the tools and when it comes to those final finishes. £4.95, give it a chance, it's definitely worth it. After this break, I'm heading back to Janet for our designer inspirations for some beautifully sounding jewellery. See you then.
Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Insert the reamer into the hole of the pearl and move it backwards and forwards with a slight twisting motion. The drill shape of the reamer will remove the pearl material from the hole as you enlarge it. Work until the hole is as large as you need for the threading material you're using.
Hello and welcome back to Design Inspiration. My name's Becky. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. I am going to be heading right over to the lovely Janet in a minute. Janet, how was your challenge going?
Well, you sort of threw it into turmoil when you gave me the gizmo.
Did I?
So
Is everything gizmos now?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. We'll be heading over to her in a moment for our Designer Inspiration section. But I want to give you a little clues as to what you're going to be finding in this kit. How would you describe it, Janet?
Hexagonal.
Short but sweet, I would say. And it's quite strange for me, I suppose, just before the break to say that it sounds beautiful, but you'll be finding out exactly what I mean in a moment. Let's give you a chance to own it first though, shall we? Let's bring up your 2 wires, 20 meters in total. There's 2 bundles for this for you. This one is the first section. 2 wires in here. 10 meters of your 1mm and 10 meters of your 0.4. As well as this, you're going to be getting your findings pack, this beautiful golden flash. This is a really new findings pack that we've had in, and it's wonderful that you're able to get the opportunity. What I'll do is really quickly just show you in person, as it were, everything, because you might not have seen this findings pack before, and I think it's important to just give you a bit of a hint at what you'll be getting. So this is totally different to so many of our other findings pack. I would say this one's got a little bit more of a quirk going for it, a little bit more of a difference for you. Let's have a look at some of these, shall we? These, first off, are some of your head pins. They're your heart-shaped head pins. So this is on the long base head pin. You'll see they're a flattened heart, and here is your heart shape. As well as this, you're going to be getting your rondelles, but these are large gold flash rondelles here. 100 pieces you get in this finding pack. As well as that, you've got all of the jump rings. You've got some smaller ones and some larger pieces. You also have a really beautiful chain in here. The chain length itself is, I think it's around 1 meter, is it? But I describe it as a flattened circle. Also in here you have a toggle clasp, your normal toggle clasp as it were, but it's slightly smaller than usual. And you have these S shapes. This is your S-shaped clasp, which are absolutely adored. People love these. That's great if you have dexterity problems and you find it hard to fold clasps. As well as that, you have my beautiful heart toggle clasp twist. You get this large piece in there as well. You've got crimps and crimp covers. You also have your extender cord with the S-link on it. It's really fun findings pack. We haven't just changed a couple of bits in it, we've changed the whole thing for these ones. Really exciting. So these are your extender clasps, which you'll be used to, but they've got the S-shaped clasp on them as opposed to the usual lobster claw clasp. Great for dexterity problems, but also I think it's quite a fun, funky, modern design, to be honest. As well as this, you're also going to be getting pretty much one of the most dramatic changes, I think, to the findings pack. These loops, which can be used as an earring finding. Isn't that beautiful?
You've used these as an earring finding as well, haven't you, Janet? Yeah. They're really cool, aren't they? Funky. So that is your assortment of your findings. Absolutely plenty to keep you busy in there, including your normal head pins as well you have in there too. So, as well as all those goodies, we've also got for you these textured beads. Almost with a sort of Aztec imprint, if you see what I mean. I've also got these hexagonal. I don't know, I've got butterfingers today. I don't know what it is. These are exactly what the wonderful Janet was referring to when she described this as hexagonal. These are the clasps. Let me show you how the clasp works, shall I? So you'll get a full clasp like this, and then you'll get an opened one. Really simply, in the full one, you'll see there's a little bridge just there. Stop it on its side where the little loop is, simply pop it through, and you have a clasp. Alternatively, you don't even have to use them as a clasp at all, which is how we will see Janet has used them. So, let's reiterate. Over 100 pieces in your findings pack. You've got 5 of these beads. You have got a selection of the hexagonal clasps and 20 meters worth of your wire in total, both in gold, both in 10 meters each. One is 1 mil and one is 0.4. Let's take a look at your price on this. Should be £30.25. That's a good price for a current web price, actually. We're not staying there, of course, but that's the current web price. Let's take a couple of pounds off, shall we? £21.95. Well, that's not a couple of pounds, is it? Oh my goodness, that's not what we agreed upstairs at all, is it? Am I being silly? It's not, is it? £24.95, I'm sure you said upstairs. Kirsty changed her mind. Kirsty's
that's
prerogative.
Brilliant. Considering the rice beads are actually copper, gold, sterling silver.
Oh yeah, they are. And they're 10 by 6 mil.
Yeah. So
95. Wowzers. That's a really great selection, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm heading over
Brilliant.
to you now, if that's okay.
That findings pack was absolutely amazing. When I opened it, you get such a selection in there. It was great, and all the different sort of clasps that you've got as well.
It's really good fun, isn't it?
Really good. Yeah, great. Loved it.
You've managed to make a fair few pieces again with this, haven't you? Really lovely selection you have here, including the piece of jewellery that sounds beautiful.
Jingle jangle.
Isn't it gorgeous? It's this one here. I'm going to have to let you hear why it's so beautiful now, aren't I? It jingles like, it's kind of like a wind chime effect, isn't it? And you see how we've used these hexagonal clasps, not actually as clasps.
Yeah.
What made you want to do it that way?
What, use them in that way?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, as a clasp, they're fabulous as a clasp. But I just thought that they're really too, they look so lovely to put at the back of the necklace. So I wanted to have them at the front somewhere.
Yeah.
And then when I decided on this design, I thought that'd be great. Just sort of graduate them down and make them a feature, you know, really standout feature.
I definitely agree with that, 100%. And you've also managed to make the toggle clasp here look stunning, realistically, haven't you? What gave you the idea to do this?
Well, the toggle clasp came, it comes together. They're already linked together. And I'd been watching a programme on the television and saw an antique fob watch, and it had got that sort of design on the watch. Yeah. So I thought, oh, it would look pretty good as a pendant.
Isn't that relaxing though? Just as you're talking, you've got some lovely dulcet tones, and then just this. Can you hear that? It's like little angels, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like I'm playing the harp. This is the closest I've ever been to a cherub.
Not me, or the...
Oh, Janet, of course I mean you. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it? Did I look angelic for a second there, Kirsty? No, don't talk rubbish.
Only a
what are you
second.
talking about? What's she like? So, let's also we're going to be having a little look at a couple of these now, aren't we?
We are.
We've got time, we're going to squeeze in as many as we can. So, enough of me rabbiting on. Let's get in, shall we? Where are we going to start here?
I thought if we do the necklace first.
Yes.
And what I was going to do is show the actual braid of the main section of the necklace that the beads hang from.
Yeah.
So if we crack on and do that.
Beautiful.
Okie doke. Right, so we need to take three pieces of the 1 mil wire.
Yeah.
And what I've done is depending obviously on how long you want your necklace, but these sort of are about, I don't know, about 19, 20 inches, something like that. So just take the end of the 3 pieces together, sort of take the nylon pliers, because they sort of hold things really, really well. There we go. So hold sort of down away, there you go. And take one of the pieces, maybe the shortest one, she says they hold. There you go. Sorry. There, squeeze them. Take one of the pieces and just wrap it around. Try and keep it as neat as you can, because this is going to be sort of displayed at the back. Right, so we've got that section there. And then I use the macrame board to just bend those around and hold that in place. Can you see that? Shall I move it down? Oh, there you go.
Your nylon pliers are on the bottom of the screen, as we've seen them used again today this afternoon, so get your hands on them now. I've still got a few left at $4.95.
Right, so they're there on the board. So the board, again, for me, I love it.
Yeah.
It's fab. Anyway, so we've got the 3 piece, and it is simply then plaiting them, so you just cross over, and because it's the wire, you sort of just have to hold it in place.
Yeah.
But that's it. There's nothing sort of too technical. Oh, sorry, let me move.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. We'll.
There you go. So it's simply just plaiting that across. Try and keep it as sort of even as you can. And as you do that, just sort of bring them together.
So you're not putting too much pressure and tension on this, are you?
No, because you don't want to bend the wire too much. It's just sort of just shaping it really.
Lightly manoeuvring.
Yeah. And that's what you do, and you just do that all the way along. So if I do that really quickly, I would spend some time just sort of
evening it out,
making sure that the spaces in between are sort of even.
Yeah. Just want to let you know that the gemstones are coming up for you in a little bit for this piece.
Right. But you can actually just do it as you would a normal braid in your hand if you don't sort of want to do it on a board. Right, there we go. But it can be as quick as that. That can be it.
And you're done.
Yeah.
And I suppose it's one of those that the more you actually do with the technique, the more precise it will become in a shorter time.
Yeah. But it is simply plaiting. So if you can plait hair braid, or you can plait a piece of ribbon, you can do this basically.
Brilliant.
Right, so take the other end that we've just finished, and again hold that and just wrap this piece, one of the pieces, wrap it around. There we go. So we've got that, and then snip off the piece that you've just wrapped around, snip that off, and do the same at the other end, because we're not going to need those. Oops. There you go. Right, so there's your piece there.
Beautiful.
So then it's simply holding that and shaping it.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just want to say, only got 20 of these bundles left at the moment, so really important that you get in now, because I had really high figures of that. Loads of people absolutely loving the Find Things packs and absolutely loving the way you've created this look with the wire. So that's why they've all flown out. So I've got 20 exactly left. Please get your hands on them right here, right now. The beads, these are your 925 beautiful beads that you can see here. You've got 20 meters worth of wire, 10 meters of your 1 mil. Sorry, I haven't got my tweezers, so you're going to have to do it with my pudgy fingers instead. These are 925 gold plated, and you've also got your hexagonal clasps too, which we've been using here with a little nook in. And you've also got your findings pack, which was a 100-piece finding pack with all of these goodies in it that you can see at the side of the screen. £21.95 for you today. Okay, I've got 18 left now, so get yourself on the phone. Beautiful. So we've tied that off exactly as
so
you
now
did
we've
the
tied
other
off
side.
both of the ends. This is actually a little bit shorter than I would make it, but you just sort of make it to the length that you want it. So both of those ends now are tied off. So you've got the 2 pieces of wire coming off, which one we're going to make a clasp out of, and the other one we're going to make a little spiral, would you believe, to hide that. So what we do is just shape that around in a neck shape.
Yeah.
In the shape that you want.
Yeah.
Right. So we're going to put a clasp on either end of here. So if we take this one first, right, we'll take that one out of the way. There you go. So just simply cut, I don't know, 2 or 3 inches maybe. Keep that there. And then take the round nose pliers and just, I think what I did on both these, I put a loop, a hook on both. Sorry, can you see that? There you go. So we've just got that little hook there. And then we could use this. But if you've got that, the orange mandrel, this is great for that, to make the clasps.
Yeah.
So,
I've still got some of those in stock.
So if you just then, once you've made that little loop on the end, just kink that back. It's probably going to be a bit big actually for. There you go. But then just straighten up this, and you can hammer this if you want to. So you've got there that little hook there. So you've got a hook there. So what we'll do is do exactly the same. I'll do that quickly on the other end, just so I can show you how it gets finished off. So we make another loop going underneath. Take this. This one's probably going to be a bit smaller, and we'll use that as a for it to go into there, and straighten that off. So you've got the 2 loops.
I see.
There. Okay.
Yes.
Now with this little section that we've got left here, would you believe I'm going to do a spiral?
Good. I'm glad, because it's been a while.
It's been,
Janet.
yeah, it's been too long.
I've got 8 left of this bundle. 8.
You don't have to do a spiral,
No.
but why not? If you've got a piece of wire, I say spiral it.
Yeah.
So again,
That's
it's just
beautiful
simply,
though.
and do quite a tight spiral, and then what that will do then is hide just this little bit of wire here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with seeing that.
Yeah.
But if I can get a spiral in there somewhere, I will.
Those nylon jewel pliers are still at the bottom of the screen to get your hands on them.
But again, I mean, you forget how many times you actually use the nylon jewel pliers.
Yeah.
Because they're there, you just
get
get
so
on with
used to it, don't
Yeah.
you?
So I'll just quickly do this one on this side, just so that we can see.
And it's not so bad with this golden coloured wire, but pretty much any other coloured wire, bar maybe the silver, if you were to do this spiral with your normal pliers, you're likely to scratch it, you're likely to dent it, you're likely for some of the colour to come off. So the nylon jewel pliers are just perfect for...
You don't want to...
saves on wastage, in a way.
Right, so we've got 2 little spirals and 2 hooks. Now what I should have done actually is made one hook go one way
and one
hook go the other way, but I didn't do that. So what I'm going to do in this case, again, just hold that hook with the nylon jewel pliers and simply twist it around.
Oh, clever.
So now we've got one going one way and one going the other.
Yeah.
And that will just simply, we shape them a little bit, bring that round. That should then just hook into there, so you've got that clasp. Bring the swirls to the fore, and there you go. That's the clasp. So that's the back of the clasp. There. That's a very tiny collar that I've made there, but you get the idea. Right. So once you've got your, that would actually be it is a bit tiny. It'll probably choke you,
Maybe as a
actually.
choker, you could wear it.
But I would make it a little bit bigger, especially if I was going to wear it. My chunky neck.
But you were only doing it quick just to show us, weren't
so
you?
you would do it to whatever size you wanted. So there you go. So that is the actual base of the necklace. And actually that's quite pretty on its own.
I like that.
Or you could just, as we'll see with the bracelet, just add in stones as you go around.
That is really pretty. It's beautiful at the back as well. I have it as a little like Grecian headpiece.
Actually, yes.
Don't I? I'm obsessed with putting things on my head, as I said the other day, but I am. See what I mean? It's kind of a little Grecian. What? Are you taking the mickey out of my accent?
No.
Oh God.
That's when the spirals come into the round as well then.
Perfect for not getting stuck, you see.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Lovely. So what's the next section?
Okay. So what
9 of this bundle left.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually drop on the sections, the clasps and the gems.
Yeah, I see.
So what I've done, we'll see the clasps first. So what I did is I cut pieces of the chain, and the chain is really, really pretty.
Yeah.
So what I did is I cut one at 2.5 inches.
Yes.
And then I cut 2 at 2 inches.
Okay.
I think. One at 2.5, 2 at 2 inches, then 2 at 1.5, and 2 at 1 inch. Just so we've got that graduation. Just so we've got that graduation in the drop. So what I did is I cut those pieces of chain, and then I used the jump rings to attach to here.
Yes.
So if we just take one of these, I'll just cut. Not that people need to be shown how to cut off a piece of chain, but
there might be some new people in.
But it is simply just with the cutters, just snip it off.
Away.
And then what I did is I took a jump ring. You can see how to open it. There you go. And this is where having 2 pairs of pliers actually comes in handy.
Definitely. Or your jump ring opener, which we did for you yesterday.
Slip on the little clasp, and then drop on the chain. Now the chain goes onto the jump rings, she says, really easily. There you go, look at that. Almost like it was planned.
Did you impress yourself then?
I did actually, yes. You know it's going to go on, but you think it's not going to go on. And then close that, so you've just got your little drop. And then what I did is I put a jump ring at the other end, which we were going to use then to attach to the necklace itself. So what I did, I got all of those ready first. So we've got all those ready then to drop onto the cord. And then the next section is actually gemstones.
Oh my God,
bless you.
So sorry.
Bless you.
So sorry. That came from nowhere. Oh, that jumped right up on me. Sorry.
Right.
My cold remedy hasn't kicked in yet.
No.
So you're going to link together your gemstones now, aren't you?
Yes.
So what I might do is I might give people at home the chance to own these gemstones then. Because of this wire bundle, I've actually only got 7 left at the moment. But of course, you're going to need to get your hands on the actual gemstones to create and finish this little look off. 7 of those I have left. We'll put those graphics back in probably at the bottom of the screen for you in a moment for the wire, so don't worry, you still can get your hands on it. But I just want to give you the chance to own these beautiful gemstones. In here, sticking with the hexagonal tone and shape, we've got these wonderful hexagonal amethyst, 150 carats worth in total, and they're 11 by 10 millimeters. As well as that, you have 150 pyrite corner drilled puffy squares, and these are approximately 6 mil. As well as that, you have 55 carats worth of labradorite bicones, and these are 6 by 6. I'm wondering if these ones are actually 8 mil. What do you think? They look large, don't they? Yeah, these ones are 8 mil, we think. If I show you these bicones, bicone of labradorite is wonderful because it's nice that you get the sort of initial shimmer from the light, but then you get these pops of blues running across from the actual labradoressence as well. It's fab. So 55 carats worth in this. These 3 strands should be together. £25.85. That's the price that they are right now on our website. But we're going to crash the price on them today. Would you like them to be under £20? Okay, we can do that. The price on these today is just £17.95 for you. What do you think of that price, Janet?
That's fabulous, isn't it? And that's such beautiful stones as well, and they go well, really well together.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I mean, I made those pieces, and this is what I've got left, so I've got quite a lot left over.
You have loads left.
Yeah. So, you know, they go a long way. Really pretty.
And the hexagonal shape itself, we don't have that often, do we? So it's really nice to get it in the amethyst, especially with this mixture of hues that you get in there. I think they work beautifully together, and £17.95. You had an absolute wealth left over, but you've actually used gemstones in every single piece that you've created.
Yeah.
So you are getting a true wealth, a great selection on these today for a great price. So now that you've got the chance to own these, let's have a look at how we use them.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we've created the actual choker style, or the necklace, and now we're going to drop on the gemstones. So all I did was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I created 6 sort of drops of the stones in different formations.
Yeah.
There. So I'll show you how we did those.
Okay, we can move the. Yeah.
I'll shift those there. Okay. Right. So what I did, I used the head pins from the findings pack.
Yeah.
And the ball head pins. But what I'm going to do is cut off the little ball at the end.
Okay.
As we always say, keep them.
Keep them.
Because you don't know when they'll come in handy. And then just take the tip of the round nose pliers and make a little P shape there. And what I do then is just maybe kink that back a little bit, so you've got a head pin effectively. And then decide which you want to put on. We'll start with a little labradorite. So drop that on, and then what I do is bend that back, so you've got that angle, and then just sort of cut off about 1 centimetre or so. There you go, and then just bend that back. And I know everybody does it in a different way. There you go. So you've got that little drop, and then do exactly the same again. I'll use this one and do another. And then you can just do whatever formation. So I sat and made a few of these. Actually, we won't use that same one again. I sat and just made a whole lot of these, a whole sort of bundle of these, and then decided at what formation I wanted to put them in.
Okay.
So again, it's just simply do that. So you've got another one there.
Mm-hmm.
And then straighten them up a little bit so that they look fairly neat. Open them, pick up your one that you want, drop it on and close, just in the way that you would do with a head pin or whatever. And then it's just decide sort of what formation you want those in. Make up a few of the amethyst. That's how I did it, and then I did the pyrite and then the labradorite, and then just sort of laid them out on the board and see what sort of formation I wanted them in, and then made six lengths, again sort of graduated. So there they are. Those are the lengths put together, and then what we're going to do is attach those to the actual necklace frame.
So you've actually not, so say these two are your either ends, those two don't actually match.
No.
But you could match them if you wanted to.
If you really wanted to have them
but
sort
I quite
of
like
matching.
that you haven't.
Well, I thought, especially at the top, what I've done is, so we've got, at the top we've got a pyrite, a labradorite, labradorite,
yeah.
so that the top looks sort of neat.
Yes.
And sort of, there was a pattern to it. But the rest of it, I think you can just go crazy and do whatever you want, really.
Yeah, I like it. I think that's nice.
I don't think it's, I think life's too short to think about it too much.
Do you?
Yeah. And you can do whatever you want.
You like the opposite to Mark then? Because Mark loves that, doesn't he? He loves the symmetry and the colours. You're just going wild for it.
Just go for it, really.
Yeah, like that.
So what I would do is spend time just making those, putting those together, cut the chain and do those, and make that the frame, and then just put all the components together.
Fab.
So I'll show you how we do those. So we've got this now, so I would put that on my board and sort of work out where the centre point is going to be.
Yeah.
And for that then, we'll take the longest piece of chain with the clasp on, and simply open the jump ring that we've attached. Now these jump rings are really strong. I mean, not difficult to open, but really, really substantial and strong.
And once you close them, they're really closed, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. So then find the centre point, and this centre point here is a piece of the wire that's crossing. So put the jump ring through both of those pieces of wire, and then we'll carry on that formation all the way through. So every piece of chain we put on, we'll put it on a section that's crossed. There you go.
And why is that?
Well, it just sort of keeps, because these sections, hopefully, if you've spent time sort of doing the plait, right, the sections are evenly spaced out.
Yeah.
So I put the chain on the crossed piece, the stones on the piece that's sort of, I don't know whether you can see that. Right, so the chain is on the crossed piece here, and then the next one, the stones are actually going to go on this little piece that sort of hangs down on its own. And we're going to follow that through all the way through.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I see.
Right, so what we need to do then is just take the one that's going to go next to it, open that. We've already prepared those, so just open that, drop that on, flip it over, and close that. So that's that piece, and then it's simply following that through and attaching them wherever you've planned them to go. So again, it's quite a simple design, but it's one that you can sort of build on or change really. You can make it as fancy or as simple as you want really. Like I say, you could have the band itself on its own.
Yeah.
Or you could just add all gemstones, or you could add just chain. So it's really versatile really.
That's wonderful. So you just build it up as that?
Yeah.
Really great. Thank you very much for showing us that. So that's how we create this necklace. I think we've got time for you to show us another piece at least.
Well,
so which one would you want to show us?
Do you want to have a look at the bracelet? Although the bracelet is
a similar technique, isn't it?
Yeah, or the earrings, the ones that we've tied in the hexagonal earrings.
I love those earrings.
Should we have a go at those?
Yeah, let's do those ones.
And then if we've got time, maybe I can explain.
Maybe, yeah, great one.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so we'll do the hexagonal earrings that you can see here.
Right, okay.
Aren't they pretty? Almost like little stained glass windows.
And something else I was going to mention as well is if people are not into wire work with the necklace, they could get all the components for the sort of the dangles that are hanging down, and they could go onto beading thread.
Yeah.
Or they could go onto a beaded necklace. You could just drop those in. If you've got a necklace and you think, oh, I want to add a bit of detail, you could just drop the chain in.
Drop them in, can't you?
But for the earrings, it's take one of the hexagonal drops, and what I did is I used the one that wasn't cut through. Yeah. Because one of them has just got a little groove in it that attaches. Yeah. So I used that because I didn't want the wire sort of to slip out. Yeah. So then I took a section of the 0.4 and wrapped it around the little section where the groove is, just to, because if you tie it into that groove, it's not going to go anywhere. No. And it sort of disguises that little section as well then. So if you wrap that round a few times.
So this wrapping area won't be hidden, so you want it to be relatively neat.
Yes. So what I would do is just do that little section there and snip that off. Take the flat nose pliers and just flatten that down. Right, okay, so that's now secured. And then you can carry on wrapping if you want to a few times. Or when you get to that point, come round to the back so that the wire is just here. So it's there on the outside.
I see.
And then drop in one of the amethyst. You can find the drill hole. She says, yes, got it. There you go. So drop the amethyst in so it sits just over that space. And then when you look at it from the front, there, all you can see is the amethyst. You can't see sort of the edge. There you go. There. Okay, so drop it in and then hold it in place, take the 0.4 and bring it around, and simply wrap on the other side. And as you say, try and keep it as neat as you can, because obviously that's going to be on show.
Yeah.
So pull that quite tight to get a bit of tension in there. Wrap that round 3 or 4 times just to match the other side. There you go. Right, okay. Try not to overlap the wires. Try and keep them as square as you can. And then when you've finished that wrap, just cut that off in exactly the same way as the other side. Take the flat nose pliers and push that down. And then hold the stone in the centre so that it's in the position that you want. Hold it with your fingers and get the flat nose pliers and push in that little section. So it flattens the wire that the stone is on.
Yeah.
And it holds it in place. Do the same to the other side, hold that in place, flatten that down. There you go. And then turn it over. And then you can start to sort of just position these bits away. You can push them together with your flat nose pliers. And just position them so that there you go. So that it's nice and neat. Okay. And then I just dropped it onto a shepherd's hook. These are really lovely as well.
What do you like about these ones?
I think just the size of them as well. They're really, they're not overly big, but they're really substantial and they're really sort of tough as well.
They're seriously strong, aren't they?
Seriously strong, yeah. So again, it's just open that.
Sorry, my fingers in the way. I'm just feeling the strength. They're really strong.
Drop on that, and there you go. And there's your
And you see how large that gizmo is as well. The gizmo section.
Yes, yeah.
So really big, isn't it?
So and they are really strong, but they're really pretty as well. So that's how you do that sort of necklace. Effect.
Wonderful. Just before we move on to the bracelet, let's let you know at home that you can message Janet with any questions you might have relating to the jewellery world. Message us in at JewelleryMaker.com. Alternatively, you can text us to 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. Any questions you might have about maybe you're thinking of doing craft fairs, setting up a website, maybe you're having a little think about how to give things just that professional finish, maybe you've got some ideas or twists you might put on something you've seen today, do let us know. Message us in, start the text with JM Studio, ignore the time, you can message us in now. JM Studio 60777 is the number. So we've got time to have a look at the bracelet, haven't we? Which is this beautiful bicone bracelet.
Right, what I'll do quickly is it starts off and ends sort of similar to the one we've just done. So I'll just quickly get that done. Okay. Because we've already showed that, I don't want to repeat myself too much.
So you literally get the 3 lengths, anchor one on, snip, done.
So you've got the 2 pieces there ready.
Yeah.
So again, it's hold that into the, you hold it on the board, but you know, as long as you can section it somewhere.
Yeah.
Hold it somewhere, that's great. Okie doke. So now, we'll take your wires. So we've got 3 wires. And then what I did is dropped on the labradorite.
Yeah.
On the outside one. There you go, on that outside one.
Yeah. And
cross that over. And then, so we've got that one there on the outside. Yeah. And then on this outside one, dropped another one. I think this is how I did it. I think the pattern can be as much or as little as you want, really.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got one on there, and we've got that crossed over, and then drop that one on there and cross that over. So where you're crossing over, where you're crossing over, so this one's going over next, so I want to put one in here.
I see.
And you can sort of let go of it. Don't worry about let go. It's sort
because
of
it's
spiraling.
wire. It's kind of already when it's bent in shape, it kind of keeps it a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not going to sort of come out of shape too much.
Beading thread, where if you let go, it can unravel before your eyes, can't it?
But then if it's gone a sort of bit loose, just pull it back into shape. So then you've got that section there. So where we're going to wrap over, so just cross that over. So that's there. And then we're going to cross this one over, so we want another one in there. I won't go all the way down, I'll just sort of show you how, and then I'll show you how we finish it off.
So basically what we'll do is, once you've threaded on one of the bicones, that'll be the next strand that goes over the top. Then the next strand in the plait is when you add on the bicone. So basically, if you put a bicone on, that means that that's the next one that you're moving.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so essentially, it's the two outer pieces that sort of crossing over that you're using.
Yeah.
But you're exactly right. When you get to that point then, when you're going to cross over, then you put another one on. So just slide it on, tighten that up again, and across. And another one. I mean, you could just sort of thread them on before you start. Put a little stopper on the end just so that they don't slide off. But that would make life too easy, and I don't tend to do that. Of course. And it's simply following that pattern all the way down.
Yeah.
I won't go all the way down. What I'll do is I'll go part way down and then I'll plait it quickly and show you how we finish off.
Yeah, I'll just show it on my wrist whilst you're doing that, just to buy you a little bit of time.
Thank you.
But also so I get to put on some beautiful jewellery. So this is how it works on the wrist. I can show you the back, which we're going to be looking at in a moment with Janet. This is how she's finished this piece off. We'll be looking at how she's doing this section in a moment. But this is the bracelet itself.
But the bicones are perfect for this sort of design.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect.
Because the bicones, you get the beautiful light reflection, don't you, from just the lights around on the faceting.
Yeah.
And then as you get in closer, it almost draws your eye into this beautiful labradorescence. A lot of blues in this, aren't there? A lot of blues.
Lots of flashes in there.
Mm.
So I was really excited when I got them. And again, with the same as the previous projects.
Yeah.
As soon as you open them, you know what the gemstones are.
You're right.
Exactly the same as the other one. You know what they are, and like a piece like this, I mean, they stand alone as they are, but mixed together as well, they're beautiful. So I'll do one more, and then we'll sort of do it at that length. Right, so we're at that section now, so we finished that, so just do one more wrap, and we're finished at that section. So we've got our piece there. And then, as we did with the previous one, hold all three together, take one that's sort of naturally perhaps on the outside and wrap that around. Try and keep it as neat as you can, because this is going to actually be on show. So wrap it 2 or 3 times,
yeah,
and then snip that off. Snip that off, and as we always do, sort of flatten that in a little bit so we've got those sharp bits. And then we've got these 2 pieces here, and the same at this end. There you go. We don't need them too long at this stage. So what I would do is trim these to the same length. Again, I wouldn't measure them. Some people might measure them, but as long as that's sort of roughly the same size. So you've got that section. So you've got the stones and the braid, and then that little effect at both ends. There you go. So simply, guess what's coming next?
What are you going to do?
Have a guess.
With this? Are you going to add a clasp? Are you going to create S shapes, triangles?
I did think about that.
Springs.
And then I thought, I haven't used swirls for a long time.
You haven't swirled in ages, have you? You haven't hardly used a spiral
I'm
today.
going to stop using swirls. I will do something different.
No, I do like them. It's kind of your little
signature,
can't help it.
I can't help it. Whatever I do, I like to get one in there.
No, I agree with
one
that.
Or 4.
That's nice.
Half a dozen. So it's simply do that again. Probably getting a bit sort of predictable now, aren't I? I'm going to have to change my.
If you came on one day and didn't do a spiral, I would think there was something dreadfully wrong.
Yeah, and there would be.
I'd be bringing you chocolates in your break. Like, you were right, you need to talk.
You would do that if I didn't do a spiral?
Yeah, probably.
I couldn't do it. No, not even for chocolate. Even for chocolate.
Goodness, Janet.
I know.
You can tell you've done a couple of spirals in your life, though, because you're quite quick, aren't you, with them? But it is one of those that more you practice, the quicker you become.
It is practice, and as we've said before, confidence. You know, it's just, when you've done your first million spirals, it becomes second nature. So it's just simply, you know, nothing too taxing. But I think it adds, I think spiral definitely adds something to a piece. Adds something to every piece. There you go.
But it also gives it a professional finish, so it's not scratching against your skin.
No, that's right. But I mean, you don't have to do the spiral. You could do sort of another shape, but I just can't think of one at the moment. So you've got that sort of Grecian spirals at either end.
And then how would you shape that to a wrist?
Right, okay. So what I do is I just sort of start in the middle and just shape it around. Now I don't do round bracelets or round bangles. No. Because wrists are not round.
No.
Mine's certainly not.
No.
Well, sometimes. There you go. And so what I would do is shape it around, and then you have to give it a bit of, because it's plaited, you've got to give it a bit of welly.
Because essentially it's sort of 3 mil in a way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you've got 1 mil tripled over, so it is quite strong, isn't it?
So that's what I would do, is just sort of shape it, and then perhaps put it on, and sort of squeeze it into shape. There you go. So sort of you get that sort of shape. There you go.
So this is great to have on your craft store because obviously it's very adjustable.
Yes, yeah. And that's the thing, and if people are sort of buying presents for people and they don't know sort of what size they are or whatever, something like this is ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And basically that's it.
And in, what, 7.5 minutes you have made this entire bracelet?
Yeah. It's not
Isn't
bad,
that
is it?
wonderful? Now we've got, do you want to squeeze? Oh yeah, well as we're on the bangle, we have had a few questions in, but we'll focus on one that relates to a bangle.
Okay.
This one's from Penny in Surrey. Hi Penny, thank you for joining us this afternoon, hon. Hi ladies, can you tell me what is the usual length you make bangles, please? Loving Janet's design today, Penny from Surrey. Oh, Penny, that's really nice of you.
Well, with something like this, obviously it's adjustable, so I'd aim for about 7.5, 8 inches. Well, 7.5 I would say is sort of the standard.
It's the average, isn't it?
Is sort of the average. So if I do make bracelets and bangles for a craft store, I have a good selection of 7.5 inches, and then perhaps make a few sort of larger ones, about 8 inches.
Yeah.
A couple of smaller ones. But of course, if you're doing something like this, aim for about 7.5, and then if someone's got a slightly larger wrist, it will open up. Slightly smaller, it will close in.
Yeah.
But I would say 7.5 is the main one, is the normal, and then I tend to do a few of either side of that.
Yeah, just to cover all your bases.
Yeah, just to make sure that somebody comes along with a smaller wrist, you've got something for them.
Oh, brilliant. I've got another one that it kind of ties in a little bit. Penny, thank you for that. This one's from Lorraine in Greater Manchester. Hi Lorraine. Oh yes, thanks Janet. Now I know what to do with those couple of smoky quartz bico strands I bought from JM recently. Yes, Lorraine, give these a go. Hey, smoky quartz would be beautiful.
Gorgeous. And there's only 14 on there, so you don't need an awful lot to get a really sort of stunning effect, really. Even though I do say so myself.
All modesty. Yes. No, it is beautiful. I can say it, can't I? Yes. Your pieces are gorgeous.
Thank you.
Just having a look. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 is here. So you've not, this is 14, so you've not even used a third of this strand to create that bracelet. This is a third. This is the 14 that we've used for the bracelet, and look how much we have left.
Well, out of that bundle, I made the original bracelet, I made the necklace, I've made this bracelet, and we've still got some left in here.
Well, you can easily make 3 of these bracelets, and you will still have probably enough to make this necklace.
Yeah, easily.
There's plenty on there you're getting, isn't it? Blimey. Wonderful. Now, we have got around about 5 minutes. Can you really quickly just talk us through or show us these ones?
Yeah, okay. The earrings are the round earring posts, which are really, really beautiful, and the heart head pin.
You see the heart head pin just really subtly in the centre of this here? Isn't that clever?
Shall I show you how we did that? How we get that on there? Because you've got these lovely little saucer beads as well in there, which are beautiful.
Do you know what? That would be a really good technique to do on the rondelle gemstones we gave you for your matrix.
Yes. I hadn't thought about
Be
that,
able
but
to
yeah.
see that really well,
that
wouldn't you?
I've got a
Yeah,
few
maybe we
hearts
can do that in a
left.
little bit, yeah.
Okay. There you go. So they've got the little hearts on the end, and they're absolutely beautiful. And we've got the little saucer beads as well.
Yeah.
So it's simply put the heart head pin through the saucer bead. And how pretty is that? Just
really
on it,
pretty.
just as it is. And then find the heart sort of so it's facing sort of, you know, in the right shape, right direction.
Yeah.
Bend the head pin back and just kink that a little bit there, so you've got that sort of shape.
Yeah.
There you go. And then I dropped on another bicone. See, they just go on forever. There you go. Dropped on a bicone, kink that back, so you've got an angle. Cut that off. There we go. Round that off. Just around the round those pliers. So you've got that. And these.
They're fab,
They are really, really lovely. And then you just have to sort of to open them, because they're sort of inside the circle.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not awkward, but you have to do it in a different way, really. So you have to make sure that you sort of get in here, hold them quite tight, and then pull them out so that they're sort of out to the side there.
I can see.
Then drop on, make sure you drop it on the right way. You have to open that a little bit more.
Open it a bit more, yeah.
There you go. And then drop that on, so that's going to face that way. And then simply get in and close that back.
Yeah.
And there you go. And there's your
Less than a minute.
Fabulous. See? I love it. Speed jewellery making.
I know, but it's great, especially for this time of year. You know, we're coming up to things like Valentine's Day, Mother's Day's around the corner as well. And it's this time of year when you're thinking, my craft store, what am I going to put on it? Oh no, my shop needs refilling, I need more stuff on my website.
But these are the sort of pieces as well you can actually make at a craft fair. You know, if you've got a large table, what I would do is have all the jewellery sort of set up side to side. Yeah. And in the middle, have a little section where you're going to work, because that attracts people to your store. And these are the sort of pieces that you can make in a few minutes. And people can sort of say, oh, I like those earrings, but can you put me an amethyst on there? Yeah. And you can say, yeah, have a wander around the craft store, come back, 5-10 minutes, and you've got a piece of jewellery made for them. Yeah. And you know, people like to stand and watch you making pieces. So pieces like this that you can do quickly are perfect for that.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, because it's nice to see a craft, isn't it? Yeah. It's nice to see a skill. Kirsty's just let me know that we do have a few of these left in stock, so please let's just run through these really quickly now. This is your gemstone section. You have in here that beautiful amethyst. We've discussed these hexagonal, real rich tones in here, but actually some pops of lavender too, which is unusual, kind of a multicoloured strand, I would describe it as. This is 150 carats worth. Another 150 is your pyrite, which are these beautiful corner drilled squares, 8mm squares. They're really wonderful effects that you have on these, isn't it? Really metallic luster. You've also got 55 carats of labradorite. Altogether, this should be over. How much? Kirsty? How much did you say? Over £25 this is usually, but not today. It is £17.95 only. That is all you are paying for this today. £17.95 today. Should have been over £25. It's a really great saving on this. And I know it's hard to say, isn't it? But we've said that of the labradorite, you wouldn't even use a third. It would be less than a third to create this bracelet. I know it's a hard question. You know what I'm going to ask? How much?
For that, I would sort of say maybe between £10–15, depending on where you are. Yes. But £10 or £15 for that, and it's what, 3 strands of the 1mm wire and 14 beads.
Yeah.
And a few minutes of time.
So even if you only wanted to make bracelets from this strand, from this one strand, with your bicones of labradorite, you can make 3 easily, and you have plenty left over. You can make 3 of these. Let's just leave it at 3. You have the possibility to make yourself, well, over £45,
yeah.
£50,
yeah.
even up to...
Yeah. I mean, you could, it depends
just
on where you are.
from this one strand,
yeah.
you could make just for 3 of these.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but you've got some left on that, and you've also got a strand of your pyrite and your amethyst as well. It's a great deal for you.
So actually, one of the bracelets, really, depending on where you are, you could charge the price of the kit, really.
Yeah.
You know, so that's it paid for, isn't it? And all you've got to do is make sure you've got the wire from the other kit.
From the other kit, we have got literally single figures left of my other kit. Let's really quickly, I can really quickly reiterate if you want, Kirst. Yeah, I'll do it really quickly. 10 meters of your 1mm gold, 10 meters of your 0.4mm in gold. You've also got in this over 100 of the new brand spanking new findings pack in there. All of these goodies are included. There's a new chain in there, there's a new S shape, there's a brand new toggle clasp with this interwoven effect on it. There's these head pins that have the beautiful flattened heart, we've seen them be used. You've got jump rings, you've got extenders with the new S shape extender cords as well. New finding pack, over 100 pieces. As well as that, you're going to be getting your 925 gold plated sterling silver beads. You're getting 5 of these, and you're getting all of the hexagonal connectors as well, which we've actually used not as a connector today, but as these beautiful dangle sections, these focal points. £21, this is today, over £30 it was. Almost £10 saving you're making on this. But let's remind you as well of your nylon jaw pliers, because we've still got a few of those left over. Thank you so much, Kaz. This is, you've seen Janet using these to create her signature spiral today. We've still got a few of them left, but the thing is, once these are gone, they're gone. They're not currently on order again. It's one of those tools that when we get it in, people go mad for it, they love it, they want it, they can't wait to get their hands on it. Then it flies out just as quickly. And I'm not surprised. They're so useful, and they're such a great deal at £4.95. That's all you're going to be paying for these today. It truly is that tool that if you haven't used it before, you're thinking, I don't really need it. I can straighten my wire with my fingers. I can create spirals, just have to be a bit careful. It's one of those that when you do actually get it home and use it, you think, how did I do without that? It makes life so much easier.
It does. Definitely.
Jewellery making is no longer a chore, it's a dream, isn't it, with these? £4.95 for you. Now, do join us after this break, because I have luxury for less for you. Think of the highest name gemstones, and I'm sure we'll be featuring a fair few of those goodies for you. And when I say for less, I seriously mean it. I will see you after this very short break.
Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service.
Thread your crimp bead onto your wire. Then take your clasp and thread the wire through the loop which is attached to the base of the clasp. Next, take the end of the wire back through the crimp bead. Pull the end of the wire all the way through the crimp until it meets with the clasp. Make sure you leave a small amount of room between the crimp and the clasp to give you some flexibility. Using your flat nose or crimping pliers, press down firmly on the crimp bead. Using wire cutters, snip off any excess wire, and then your clasp will be ready for you to start beading. Once you have finished your beading, you will need to repeat the process at the other end of the wire. but this time add a crimp bead and a jump ring onto the wire. Take the thread back through the crimp bead and press down with your flat nose pliers. Then you will have a complete clasp.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
You can now watch clips from JewelleryMaker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
You can make your own call using the bead reamer from the toolkit. Take a length of wire. Holding your reamer, firmly anchor the wire onto the handle. Then wrap the wire around the reamer until you have the desired length. Snip off any unwanted excess.
Hello and welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you very much for coming back with us. I'm not surprised you did, because seriously, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Luxury for less, 2-star buys, 2 unmissable opportunities, and so many great last in stock luxury deals for you. When I say luxury for less, what I want to point out to you is we don't just mean, you know, the price it always has been is quite good, oh brilliant. No, we're going to be price slashing left, right and centre. Also, we are talking a lot of wholesale prices today. I've got loads on today that if I, as a staff member here, working here, you get a staff discount, as you do in many places. The deals I'm bringing you today, a massive amount of them, if I went to buy it in here right now, I wouldn't be able to get them as cheap as you do. We are doing better than staff price today on loads. So let's get kicked off, shall we? Let's get kicking off. Where would you like me to start? You saw the hexagons that we had, the amethyst hexagons earlier on with the wonderful Janet. Let's get yourself Glenn. Director Glenn, you're very good, aren't you? Why not create those earrings but with a slightly different look? These are your rose quartz. What do you think this would add to your pieces?
Well, obviously, the colour, obviously, the pink would look beautiful with the gold. So you just get a different look. I think you just get a completely different look with a different colour. With the amethyst, I think the colour makes such a difference. It just changes the whole piece. Yeah, and it's such a beautiful pink.
It is really
gorgeous?
Delicate, charming, feminine pink, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Almost your candy floss pink. It's really pretty. 160 carats worth of your rose quartz in these puffy hexagonals. 10 mil, let's take a look at your price. £7.95 is your deal on this today.
It's a wonderful cut. It's really fun, and it's kind of when you interlink them, you get almost this hive effect, don't you? It's beautiful. And I wonder how these would look in a beady bead.
Actually, that'd be really nice, but they'd sort of out, wouldn't they? They'd sort of fill out.
Fill out, yeah.
They'd actually be worth having a go at that, actually.
£7.95 for you today. It's a really interesting shape. You'll be able to get some really interesting feels to it. Let's add some springtime, summertime tones now, shall we? Have a look at these little cuties. Aren't they really zesty? Zesty fun. 45 carats worth of your lemon quartz. Now your eye initially will be drawn to the centre section, won't it? Because you can see a bit of the cord running through the centre. That just goes to prove the clarity on these beautiful gems. 45 carats of your 4mm rounds. 4mm, wonderful. We say quite often 4mm is great for, well, no one apart from me says this, but it's great for hiding your mistakes. This is, nobody else does say that, because everyone else here is professional and they don't make mistakes. But for me, these little size gemstones, you know, when you're wire wrapping, you're getting yourself into a weave, and then something will happen on TV. If you're like me, do you make jewellery on your sofa when something good's on TV? And then someone will die in Corrie, or I don't know, someone will throw a pint over someone else in EastEnders, and then all of a sudden you've forgotten exactly what you were doing and your weave goes a bit wrong. These are perfect just to add on, cover that up. Cover your knots up as well. In your elastic, if you're doing elastic stretchy, slip them through. Really easy. Great size, 4mm. Let's take a look at your price. £5.95. Add it to your order price today. £5.95. It's a lengthy strand as well. You're getting plenty on here. Give them a go today. Don't forget 30-day money back guarantee if you don't love them. No quibbles, no questions, just send them back, we'll give you your money back. But I'm sure you will absolutely adore these. At £5.95, definitely give them a go. Now I think this is a really interesting strand, I have to be honest with you. It's a really lengthy strand, the first thing that strikes me about it. The second is the faceting. Now, apatite itself, to have it faceted in this way is quite unusual. It's usually rondelles of apatite that we have, isn't it? But these ones are your faceted ovals. 40 carats worth of this sky blue apatite in total. And these are from 4x3 all the way to 9x5. And it is a longer strand, it's 32 centimetres, so longer than our average. What would you think of doing with these, Janet?
They're beautiful, aren't they? I think they'd make great earrings to put them with pearls. I love the blue with the white pearl. That would look beautiful.
So bridal.
Yeah, it would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? To put in a tiara as well, or a headband, just where you get lots of movement as well. Perhaps put some of those sort of dangling down so that they really move. Yeah, they're beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
The thing that hits you first is kind of the sparkle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, do you know what? I think it's the blue. It's the blue that hits you first, and then if you did have it on a... So, if I'm holding this perfectly still now, stay where you are and see the blue. Can you see the blue? And then if I had this on a moving piece, wait for that sparkle to kick in. Can you see it now? The kind of second thing that draws your eye to it, this seductive sparkle due to the faceting. It's really beautiful strand. Let's take a look at your price. Luxury for less on apatite. £11.95. That is the price on this today. Or is it? Because I only have 30 of these left. That means I'm in my last chance saloon, I'm at the bar, and there's a sale on. It's not £11.95 for you today. Oh no, we're going to take a couple of pounds off because I've got 30. £9.95, under £10 for a lengthier strand than normal, beautiful clarity, serious saturation, and perfect faceting on Appetite. Under £10. It really is a deal, genuinely not to be missed. If you haven't worked with Appetite before and you're looking for serious quality, this is really your opportunity. Put this with silver, with gold, blues. It just goes with everything. It's relaxing, it's calming, it's a beautiful, beautiful strand, and it's lengthy. Give yourself a go today for £9.95. This strand is stunning, honestly. Right, it's so beautiful. This was so close to being a star buy, but we just there was two that just pipped them to the post in this hour that we decided not to. It is the oldest gemstone known to man, which is interesting about it anyway, isn't it? That's always an interesting fact. But this version of it, am I safe in saying this? I think I am. I think this is my favourite strand I've ever seen of this gemstone. If you think I'm going a little bit overboard by that, trust me, when you see it, I'm most certainly not. Take a look at this zircon. Wow. Are you agreeing with me on this? 40 carats worth of zircon. What do you think of this, Janet?
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it?
They're so gorgeous. The colours are so beautiful. And from here you can see the sparkle.
Yeah.
The sparkle from them. They are beautiful, gorgeous.
This is brand new to us this year. We've only had it in for a couple of weeks, and I've got 34 of them left.
Oh,
you've got
faceted as well.
Rubies. I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't they stunning?
Sorry.
No, don't be silly. Don't be silly. You've got ruby reds. You've got in here cinnamon honey tones, and then you've got really clear zircon as well. Zircon initially found by Dr. Wild when he was mining in Australia for gold. He actually found a specimen of zircon, and a few years later himself and a professor called Professor Valley got together and they did some tests on this piece, and they dated their piece of zircon back to 4.2 billion years old. Now, a few years later, they found a piece that they realised looked slightly different to the first specimen, and they decided to do some more in-depth tests upon it. They purchased for themselves a spectrometer, and this spectrometer costed them £1.5 million. That's how much it cost to buy this piece of equipment. And what they did was they were able to date that piece of zircon back to 4.4 billion years old, and that is a huge discovery, because at the time scientists only dated the Earth to be around that old. It's totally pretty much down to this gemstone as to why scientists now date the Earth back to around 4.5 billion years old. If it wasn't for this discovery, they wouldn't have believed it. They wouldn't have understood. They believed that the Earth was actually younger than the piece of zircon, which of course is impossible. And so it really did change the face of science in many ways. 18 of these, the 16 beautiful centimetres of this, and it's 40 carats worth in total. You've got so many different tones, and truly what I would say to you is please get yourself on the phone for this now, because really, honestly, it's the most beautiful strand I've ever seen of this stunning gemstone. Let's bring your price in. £29.95 for what is eye clear, mixed, all deep saturations, Deep saturations throughout many, especially those centre ones. Can you see? Those centre ones to you look relatively dark, but they're actually really ruby red. Truthfully, think of the brightest ruby, and that's the colour that you're getting in these centre 5 that I have here. Think of the amount of pairs of earrings you could make of these. Imagine these in a cluster ring. Oh, really spectacular strand. Congratulations for getting your hands on those ones. Let's squeeze another one in before my style buy. Where are we going? Okay, I've got this beautiful strand. It's really poppy, zesty lime tones running through this diopside. It's really beautiful nuggets. Take a little look at these for me. This is your green diopside. Now, it wasn't actually described until the 1800s, which is relatively young in a sense. The name itself comes from the word dis and opsi, which basically means two-faced. And what it refers to is the way in which these grow. So they grow in 2 separate directions, which means that when you cut these, unlike many other gemstones, instead of just having your one plain line and level, you'll have 2 coming out in different directions, which is why you get a cleavage. But you get perfect cleavage not once but twice on these gemstones. 250 carats worth of your green diopside. You've got a really fantastic price on these, especially for this depth of body of colour and also for that carat weight that you have too. Let's have a look at it, shall we? £6.45 for you today. You alright, Janet?
I was just looking a bit quizzical then.
You were? Go on.
£6.45.
Do you think that's a great price?
Yeah.
What would you think of doing with this?
Oh, again, I'd probably do them as a full necklace, and just drop something in between. Maybe some purple would look good in there, some amethyst. Purple and green, I think looks great together. But the colour's just beautiful.
It's really poppy, isn't it?
You could do some wire wrapping as well. You could just sort of take one of them, the larger ones, and wrap the top and make them as drop earrings. Imagine the earrings you could get from that, how many?
If you are thinking of wire wrapping anything, did you get that 925 sterling silver wire earlier on?
That'd be great.
The next thing I'm about to bring with you screams out wire wrap ring. It is our star buy, and it's a beauty.
Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service.
This is your star buy. If you're not sure what a star buy is because you're new to us, what we'll do is we'll bring you something exceptional, an exceptional price. Sometimes it'll be something we maybe don't see that often, something it'll be something that just takes our breath away. And I think this next one kind of falls into both. It is the most regal of all gemstones. Right back from sort of around Edward VIII's time, he purchased Mrs. Simpson a beautiful bracelet made up with this gemstone, and she had one of her favourite Van Cleef designed dresses, and as soon as she got this bracelet, she got her personal tailor to completely alter the dress and take it from a long sleeve right up to a short sleeve, purely to show off this beautiful gemstone. It is, of course, sapphire. Genuine blue sapphire. blue sapphire right now is seriously, not that it ever really went out of style, but everything has these fluctuations, doesn't it? And this one is no different really. Around the 80s, when Prince Charles gave Diana the blue sapphire for their engagement and their marriage, it shot up really catastrophically into popularity and almost into the public domain. And then of course 2010, William then proposed to Kate and gave her the blue sapphire ring, which then again made that shoot back up into popularity again just a few years ago. And now, although it's still, you know, it's her engagement ring, she wears it constantly, she wears it pretty much all the time. It's the blue colour that almost gives sapphire its name. It's almost what people expect to see with sapphire, isn't it? This strand is really wearable, isn't it? And sometimes what we do is when we're looking at sapphire, we're having a look, of course, for the strength of colour. Well, obviously, the strength of colour in this is so serious. It's so bold. And a lot of the time what we're looking for in sapphire, which is unlike any other, well, it's kind of different. In some sapphire, you're looking for the clearest of clear. Slight inclusions are no good. You're at two extremes. So you're either looking for clearer than clear, or you're looking for the fine silk internal, which is what you have here. You can see the internal silk in this, can't you? It's the cashmere sapphire, isn't it, that I'm thinking of? The cashmere sapphire, which is one of the most expensive types of sapphire, and that is due to the intensity of its internal silk, which is what this has. It has an intense internal silk, which is why not only do you sometimes get these jets of light across the surface, I think I'm safe to say almost chatoyancy. Can you see it on this one? Can you see here? You see this flash of light coming across? So much chatoyancy, isn't it? You're getting this due to that internal silk, and then even when it's really bold structural colour, you can see this perfect blue running through here. This blue is the type of blue that the Persians absolutely fell in love with. Of course, back in Persian time, it was believed that the earth was on a pedestal, and that this pedestal was on the back of an elephant. Yeah, the back of an elephant, and the earth balanced on this pedestal, and the pedestal itself was made of sapphire, and that's why the sky was blue, because it reflected the sapphire pedestal of the earth. So that's what people did believe back in those days, and you can understand why, can't you, with this blue, with this deep blue sapphire. Okay, so have a little think about the price of sapphire now. I want you to have a serious think. Price of sapphire. What am I thinking? Obviously it's high up there, isn't it? Sapphire pair of earrings. If someone said to me, I paid £100 for a sapphire pair of earrings, I would think, well, that's brilliant, you got yourself a bargain, wouldn't you? Be honest, you would though, wouldn't you? You genuinely would. Now, this is an 18 centimetre strand. Do me a favour. Do me a little favour. Are you happy to purchase a 180 carats worth of genuine blue sapphire from stunning Africa for £20? Janet?
Yeah, put one in my basket.
Really?
Yeah.
What about £19?
Put two in.
What about 12?
Yeah.
£11.95?
You're being silly now.
£11.95. is not your price today. We are going down to a low, low price. This is last in stock. £8.95 for genuine 180 carats blue sapphire.
That made me go wrong then. I cut off the wrong piece.
Did you? Sorry, I've just messed up your challenge now.
Start again.
£8.95 for genuine sapphire. Right, sometimes at home, I personally, as a creative, I am a creative. I think some people are, some people aren't. As a creative, I have these things sometimes where I think, am I good enough? Is this good enough, this thing I've created? I really like it, but I don't really want to show anyone else, just because criticism on a creative piece is seriously, can get you in the heart, can't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes I think when you're working with these pieces, you'll think to yourself, I'm not good enough yet to work with things like sapphire. Okay, I'll give it a little bit more time. Maybe after I've been doing it a couple of years, I can work with sapphire then. Trust me. At £8.95, I don't mind if you've only owned a toolkit for half a day and you've managed to create one of Janet's spirals. Get your hands on these today, because this is genuine sapphire, unstoppable price. Your pieces are worth it. You know that when we get sapphire back in, it's not going to be in at this price. Web bidders, check it out, please. How many have I got of this now? Just single figures. Just entered single figures. 9 of these I have exactly. Web bidders. At the rate this is going, in approximately 15 seconds, because we have a queue of people on the phone, approximately 15 seconds, people are going to start taking this out of your basket because you're not actually checking it out. It's a really serious thing, because you set your heart on it, you really want it, but simply by not checking out, you're going to miss out on it. I know you're getting bored of me saying it, you absolutely must be. However, every single product, I can hear my producer saying to me, web bidders aren't checking out again, web bidders still aren't checking out again. You're missing out, and you're writing messages saying, oh no, missed out on that. Don't risk it, because we do want you to get it. We don't want you to miss out. So please check out £8.95. This is a wire wrap ring. Could you imagine? Every day of the week, that 925 wire, that is luxury for less, isn't it? I'm gonna have to leave it with you because I've got 2 of those left. Who's gonna be the last 2 to get your hands on that? Gonna have to leave it with you. Stay on the phone lines, you may well get a chance to own it. 2 left is all I have right now. I love this strand of beryl. Beryl rondelles we don't see often enough. What do you think of this one?
I think it's beautiful.
It's unusual to see plain rondelles of
but that's
beryl,
such a lovely
isn't it?
colour. That's such a really pastel-y, light, delicate colour.
Yeah. You've got in here. Go on,
I did a silver clay leaf necklace and used beryl with them, and it looks stunning.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. What? Oh, sorry.
I thought you spoke to me. Yeah. I did. I forgot what I was saying there. Silver leaf necklace with the beryl, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. You've got a lot of aquamarine in here, but also morganite and plenty of heliodor too.
Gorgeous.
And you've got some yellow beryl too, which is quite unusual to have it in this tone. Don't forget the yellow beryl we've got coming up for you again in a little bit in Janet's challenge in the rondelles we had earlier on. 115 carats worth here of your multicoloured beryl, and this is your graduated plain rondelle. It's known as the mother of the gemstone family. Let's take a look at the 18cm strand price. £11.95 for you. That's all you're going to be paying for the mother of all gemstone families. You've got a bit of everything in here. You don't have to use it all together. If you're Team Janet, I presume you probably would you?
Yeah, definitely. I'd just put it all in together and put a bit of silver in with it, and yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, you'd just go for it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
However, if you're more of a mark, maybe, you like to separate off your colours, then you could do that with this too, because there are plenty of, in fact, some of it's almost banded when they've been put on this strand. It's £11.95 for you today on this 18cm strand. I'm going to leave that with you because I'm going to bring to you, this is absolutely breathtaking. Honestly. Janet, do you want to come and have a little look?
Go on.
I'm going to show you because I've got a feeling.
You can see it from here.
Can you?
Yeah. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at all those little
Isn't
flashes.
that? Look at how.
Beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful?
Gorgeous.
Oh, this is delicious. Take a look at this. Serious quality. Serious luxury. It is your rainbow moonstone. You can see the blue shimmer when I'm not even moving it, but let's see if I can give you plenty, shall I? Keeping your eyes peeled for some luminescence right there. Isn't this stunning? And you know that if our camera is picking this up under these lights, which you know we always say for things like this, especially when there's these parallel structures internally and you get this type of shimmer, how many times do you hear presenters saying to you, the lights in here don't do it justice, the camera in here doesn't do it justice? And it's true, it doesn't, because it's not there really to show off this type of thing. It's there to show off different effects and different gemstones with a more sturdy structure, a more sturdy colour. If you're seeing that much of this blue lunar-like effects, right, under these cameras, you know that when you get this home, you're going to get the amount me and Janet are. 135 carats worth. These are graduated faceted rondelles. And they're from around 5x3 all the way to 9x6mm. 25cm strands. Let's take a look at the price on this today. £14.95 for you. It's a good price, but I'm not overawed. This is luxury for less. Get yourself on the phone right now, please, because it's, oh, awkward. Right, wait, don't press it yet. Seriously. We've not had this for a while because we thought we'd figured it out and then we hadn't. Okay. So everyone's jumped on the phone. You know what's coming, don't you? All right, so £14.95 is our current web price. Then we try and roll the price down, and sometimes there's just a glitch. We have a new computer system and it glitches sometimes. £14.95 came back up, okay? The only way to fix it is to take an extra £1 off the price we were going to take it to. Now, the price we were going to take it to was going to be the lowest price you're seeing it for. What we're going to do it for now is not only way better than staff cost, it is purchase price, wholesale price. This is the lowest ever by miles. I've only got 50 though. It's not £14.95. It's £7.95. £7.95 is the lowest ever price this has been by miles. We were meant to take it down to £8.95 and we were just on the cusp of it then. Just on the cusp of it. £7.95. That is seriously wholesale price. Better than realistically, isn't it? In fact, I'm going to have to move on because Kirsty's like, I'm going to really get into trouble. She's on the phone to IT. She's saying she's trying to fix it, I promise. £7.95. Honestly, get it whilst you can because that is flying out. How many do I have left, Kirsty? She's going that quickly. Can't tell me. £7.95. Honestly, it's seriously, you know what I'm like. I don't just say these things to you. I absolutely and totally, truthfully mean it. You won't be seeing this for this price again because you won't have any left. And it's the lowest price we've seen. £7.95. I'm going to have to move on because they're flying. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. We will be with you for that exquisite rainbow moonstone. Seriously, they're going to be a sellout. Luxury for less. Stay with you. If you're on the phone now, you will definitely get that strand. If you're getting on, you might, but you need to get on quick. I haven't seen smoky quartz like this in ages. Faceted in this way. These are your rectangles, faceted rectangles. What do you think of these, Janet?
I think they're beautiful. And I would put some gold wire with them and try and do a macrame effect, maybe with use some thinner gauge wire and do sort of like a macrame bracelet with the gold wire.
I could see that working.
Yeah. So I know Mark does macrame bracelets with the wire and beading thread. Yeah. Look great with those.
I really agree with that. It's 115 carats width. The body of colour is generally what you're looking for in smoky quartz. That's what gives it its luxurious price. That's what gives it its exclusivity. The body of colour in this is really nice and deep, isn't it? Against my skin, it's almost looking jet at angles actually. It's seriously deep, great body of colour, but with wonderful clarity. 115 carats, they're around 11 by 8 mil. Let's take a look at your price today. It's a luxurious strand and it's a great price, £7.95 for you today. That's all you're going to be paying, and it's serious smokiness, isn't it? It's a beautiful depth of colour, and also what we look for in smoky quartz is the how even the smoke is throughout, and I think you'll agree with me, the smoke in this is totally even, isn't it? It's really beautiful. £7.95 for you today. Nothing sort of says timeless glamour more than this. Beautiful pearls. And these are golden coloured. Now to eye, let's be honest, if I'm spinning these around now, genuinely, don't they look like perfect rounds to the eye? They're not. They're 10 by 9 apparently. But they do look perfect rounds. And you know what it means when we go perfect rounds, price skyrockets. The gold colour is really beautiful, stunning. At the moment, Spring Summer 2014, Karl Lagerfeld, who is now the creator and the director of Chanel, he said that he's going very much back to basics. In around sort of 1919, when Coco Chanel went to Paris and lived there for the first time, she started creating these pieces for her friends using faux pearls. She couldn't afford real pearls. A lot of the time, of course, we'll see Coco Chanel absolutely strewn in pearls. There's many wonderful quotes of her discussing her love for pearls. And Karl has said that he's going very much back to basics with the Chanel theme and feel for Spring Summer 2014. But he's given it a bit of a twist, sometimes working with coloured pearls like this. And you have seen in the catwalks for Spring Summer with Chanel, women just draped in pearls, beautiful multi-tonal, and a lot of the fabrics he's working with, and we see silks giving off almost a pearlescent feel. The thing is that once someone as large as Chanel, a powerhouse, as strong as Chanel, starts doing something, it then kind of waters down and driplets down into the high street. That's exactly what you're going to see happening with pearls. They're going to get more and more popular throughout the year, so it's better to get ahead of the curve, get yourself in vogue, because people are going to want to keep their eyes open for these, especially so large. Let's take a look at your price. £19.95 is your current web price, but this is luxury for less. This is luxury for less. £12.95 is all you're going to be paying for these today. They're huge, aren't they? Don't forget, Mother Nature, the way she creates them, works out as around each mil around a year. So these have taken about 9 to 10 years for Mother Nature to create each single one of these. Thank you, Mother Nature, for these beauties. £12.95 for you. I've got a strand for you now that we don't see often enough, if you ask me. I really enjoy it though. It's your green coloured ruby zoisite. You see all these pops of red that we've got here? Let's be realistic. Let's see, look out in this one here if we've got any pinks and reds. Yeah, we've got some there, and we've got some on the inside there. Let's go to the next one. Have we got any on this one? Oh yeah, huge amount there. The next one. Yep, this next one. Yeah, so out of all of these ones that we've looked at so far, every single one has these pops of red in. Now, why is that important if you don't know much about the green ruby zoisite? The green tones that you're seeing throughout each of these, the body of colour, that is zoisite. That's the gemstone name. The red and the pinks, that is genuine ruby. So this is kind of two gemstones in one, really. And this is serious amount of ruby in this strand that you're going to be getting. There's pinks and reds popping in every single piece. 190 carats worth you have of your green ruby zoisite. These are your 8mm plain rounds, kind of expected and taken on as being one of the most usable sizes, really, aren't they? The 8mm rounds. Let's take a look at your price. It's serious amount of ruby in here, and it's £9.95 for you today. That is all you're paying for this, with a hefty, wafting amount of genuine ruby and beautiful zoisite, 190 carats worth for just £9.95. You waited around for this, and I'm so glad you did. It's an exceptional strand in our style buy.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Okay, collector's choice is the name that we give to a selection of gemstones, a very exclusive, small selection of gemstones. These gemstones are specifically sourced for their specific reasons. When we have a checklist for every single different gemstone, you have a checklist of the pros and cons, don't you? What's good about what you're looking for in that type of gemstone, what you're not. This strand is black rutile quartz, collector's choice. Now, rutile quartz, what are you looking for as a checklist? So, imagine you've got your checklist when you're looking for your high grade rutile quartz. You're looking for 1, the rutile, the tourmaline, the black jets. You're looking for the needles to be small. You're looking for them to be equally distributed through each one of the gemstones. You don't want loads of black in one area and then none in another. That brings the price down. Equal distribution. You're looking for a fibrous amount, tiny fibres. The smaller the fibres, the better. And you're also looking for, as the fibres are bought within the gemstone, as it were, the less that they kind of go from one side to the other, the more subtle they are in their appearance, their direction and their tone, the better also. Those are the 4 things you keep in your mind. Those are the 4 things when you're looking, when any jewellery connoisseur, any gem collector is looking for a strand or a piece of rutile quartz. That's what they're looking for. Another thing they're looking for, final one, is the quartz itself. So stepping away from the rutile section, it's the quartz itself. You do not want, really, in a high grade strand of rutile quartz, clear quartz. That's not what you want, because that's, if you have clear quartz, then that would diminish the other pieces, so you'd be able to see the direction of the fibres, which you don't necessarily want. They'd seem chunky and larger in appearance, which you don't necessarily want. So the quartz itself, you want a slight transparency, but you don't want it clear. You want almost a smoky, cloudy quartz effect. Bear those 5 things in mind, please. Equal distribution, smoky-like in appearance, don't know the direction of the shards, equal small fibrous amounts of the tourmaline, and a selection of colour. Those 5 things. Let's have a look at it. How large are those shards? Well, they're not. They're tiny and delicate. That's ticked 1 thing off my list. What about the quartz itself? Is it perfectly clear? Well, no, it's transparent, because as I run my finger over the back, you can see my finger running over it, can't you? The colour change. But there's no clear areas. It's got this cloudiness to it. That's another tick. The fibres themselves are distributed beautifully, aren't they? You haven't got, for example, one that's totally black and then one that's totally white at one side and then just has a few extras. No, it's really evenly distributed. The fibres themselves, another tick off, isn't it? The fibres themselves, when you're looking really close, you cannot see which direction they're coming from. They're just sort of there, almost floating in this uncut diamond-like appearance. They're almost bringing to you a little speckles of magic. You're not sure where they begin and where they end, because if you've had rutile quartz before, you know, when you look through, you can almost see one end to another end, can't you, and the angle it goes across at. With these you can't, because they're so delicate, the fibres, but also, so it kind of gives you a little bit of fun when you do see one, a little spark. The wonderful thing with this strand is that all of the things you're looking for has been ticked off, and that's why it's collector's choice. Highest grade rutile quartz, rough nuggets, 3x2 all the way to 5x3. It's an 18 centimetre strand. £12.95. Would you? Be honest, would you pay that for, seriously, everything we've checked off there? Even if you don't want to use this, you know, have this. Even if you don't want to have this in your pieces, this by your stall, this on your coffee table as a discussion piece, because that's how serious high grade this is. That's how serious this is. This is a total jewellery connoisseur collector's piece. £12.95? £11.95? What about £10.95? How about way under that? £6.95 for you today. The amount of work that goes into sourcing this, the amount of checks this has to go through to be given the stamp of approval, the collector's choice, is almost unimaginable. 25 carats of the highest grade black rutile quartz you can get your hands on for such a rock bottom price. Seriously, £6.95. Even if you haven't got a clue what to do with this right now, you need to get it home. Get it home, enjoy it, because this is ideal at £6.95. Gonna have to move on from this now, because I want to come and have a nosy at what you've done, Janet. Is that all right?
That's fine.
good. I'll come and have a little look. I didn't know where I was going then.
I didn't get quite as far as I wanted to because I was just...
Because I distracted you with one of the prices and you cut the wrong thing, didn't you, just as you
Something like
created it. So, do not forget, we gave Janet a challenge not so long ago, did we? We gave her a challenge of the Bracelet box, and in that Bracelet box we had so many gorgeous gemstones. Iolite, tanzanite, yellow beryl, morganite, labradorite. You had that neon apatite as well, didn't you?
Yep.
Beautiful gemstones in there. So we challenged you initially with the faceted rondelles.
You did.
And then
Threw in the gizmo.
just threw in the gizmo as well later on, didn't we? And as soon as the gizmo came out, everything else
went
got
out the window.
put down and you went on somewhere else, didn't you? You've managed to make in just an hour and 20 minutes, haven't you? You've managed to just in an hour and 20 minutes make 5 pieces from this. The gizmo is at the bottom of the screen now. It's £7.95 and it's the deluxe gizmo. Please do not forget, it's the deluxe one with all your extra bars. 5 rods in total, and it's got the clamp attached to it as well. And you've got the instruction manual on it too. The rondelle box is on the screen now. 8 different gemstones, high quality because it's your matrix box, you know that already. 150 carats worth. This necklace got a lovely little gizmo effect, hasn't it? But I love how you've just dropped these. You've almost done them in size and colour, haven't you, here?
Yeah. I mean, the gizmo is great, and I did intend to do sort of a more fuller necklace.
Yeah.
But then I made the earrings and thought, well, I'll just do sort of a similar thing for the pendant as well.
Yeah.
But I think just the tighter gizmo for the earrings just looks stunning.
Really pretty. Talk us through how you did that.
It was the 0.4 for the earrings, just because I wanted a delicate look to it. So I just did a gizmo coil with the 0.4.
On these ones?
Then got the 1mm and then
On these ones,
gizmoed it onto the 1mm wire.
Yeah.
And then just curled to the ends. I went around the mandrel a couple of times at the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
And then just kinked it back, so I've got a little loop to attach, and then just wrapped on the little stone at the bottom with the 0.6. And the 0.6 went through a lot of these stones as well.
That's good to know, isn't it?
Which I was really surprised about, yeah.
That is good to know, because they're so high quality that sometimes we keep the holes really thin in them, don't we?
0.4 will go through all of them.
Yeah.
But the 0.6 went through, you know, quite a lot of them.
Really, a hefty amount of them. That's wonderful. And then you've got this gorgeous ring, which I might just pop on just to show everybody at home.
It's probably a bit
How
small.
did we? We'll
Sorry,
see.
I did go for the end, but
it's all right. I'll put it on this one. You got a bit what?
Okay.
See, it does fit beautifully. Look
I wanted
at
to
that.
show the difference, how different they look with the gold wire and the silver wire. And I think the blue with the silver looks stunning.
What a lovely little trilogy you've done there of this. So you've used one of the large neon apatite here, haven't you? And then you found some of the littler ones. What did you find with the size distribution of this matrix box?
It was great because you've got a real variety of sizes, so you can do lots of things. You've got some of the chunkier ones, some of the bigger ones, and then right down to the tiny ones.
Yeah.
So it's great, fabulous. But there's quite a lot that are the same size, so you can match them up like with that ring. Yeah, and I used the 0.6 for that.
That is beautiful, isn't it? And when we've done these earrings finally, haven't we?
Yeah.
You've used a real range of gemstones in these, haven't you?
Yeah. What I did with that was the 0.6.
Yeah.
Just made a little loop at the bottom, went through them all, and then just came back with the 0.6 and wrapped it around. Made the hooks.
Yeah.
From the 0.6. Yeah. I think they look really good together as well.
Did you go quite uniformed, or is it just...
I did with, well, no, again, just wrap it over. I tried to make it so at the front they cross over, so you get that effect. But other than that, just wherever they wanted to go.
Just go for it, really. So at the side of your screen, you can get your hands on these beautiful bracelets, seriously high quality. Enjoy those. And at the bottom of the screen is your deluxe gizmo. In here, you have the 5 separate rods. You have in here the 2 small rods for a really delicate gizmo wrap. They create an ID of approximately 1.2 and 1.6. That's at the bottom of your screen. The larger 3 are the ones we're really looking for, especially if you're doing chainmail with Debbie step-by-step tutorials monthly with us. These ones are an ID of around 3.2, a 4.2 and a 5.2 mil. So these are perfect for your chainmail, things like your box weave, your 4-in-1 that we did the other day. So we have got double figures left of this, but that's it. So please get in on this straight away. Do you?
Fabulous, they are really good, because I struggle sometimes with the one that I've got of actually getting the coil off.
With just the 2 rods?
And getting the coil off for some reason, I don't know why, but with that, not a problem.
No.
Not a problem at all.
Not an issue at all. And you've got the clamp on it as well, haven't you?
Yeah,
so it's
which
got
helps.
the added little oomph there as well.
Great.
Janet, thank you so much as always. You've been a complete love today. Thank you for showing us all of your goodies, all of your pieces. I better give this ring back actually, haven't I? Because you're about to do a shot and then there's nothing there. So thank you so much for showing us all of these goodies. When are you next back with us, Janet?
16th of Feb.
16th of
Feb, yes.
Wow,
I've got
so
a few
that's
weeks.
yeah, a couple of weeks away. Do you know what you're doing for that?
No, not yet.
You're not sure yet?
No.
Have you been given your kit?
Well, I've got one with an idea that I had a hand in sort of putting together. But the other one, don't know yet as yet. So we'll see what happens.
How exciting!
There'll probably be a few spirals in there.
Will there be? Well, of course, there has to be a few spirals.
I'm going to challenge myself not to put spirals in.
No, I don't want you to, Janet, please, because it's sort of your little zhuzh, it's your little thing, isn't it? It's your little piece.
Did you notice not one spiral?
Not one?
Yes, tiny little one.
Really? Janet, don't lie. I am on it. I know that there is a spiral there. Don't be silly. What a cheeky thing. Just because they're underneath doesn't mean I don't notice, Janet.
Sorry.
You fibber. Absolute horrendous. So do get yourselves your hands on these, please. Which one of the Bracelets sort of stood out to you gemstone wise?
Well, all of them were beautiful, but the labradorite was gorgeous. Really, really beautiful. And you've got really sort of flashes of blues and yellows and all sorts of colours from it. Beautiful.
You really do get a great mix in there, don't you? And what did you think of the yellow Bracelets? Because we've got one of them here. This is actually yellow beryl, which we do not have on often at all. You see, it's got, how would you describe that yellow?
Sort of like a yellow, but a milky sort of colour to it as well.
Yes.
Really, really beautiful. Really opaque sort of colour. Beautiful.
And were they nice to work with? Because
yes,
some people are a bit averse to yellow stones, aren't they?
No, I don't think so. I think when you put them with some of the other stones as well, it sort of, you know, it just changes the look of it altogether.
These are the ones you had left over?
Yes.
Can I just show you this at home?
My mess out the way.
You've made 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. Every single one of them has got gemstones on. And look at how many we had left from that matrix box in this centre section here. And you've made 4 pieces.
Yeah.
And pairs of earrings as well, so doubled up in a sense.
Yeah.
So you really do get an absolute wealth in these matrix boxes, don't you? You really do get an absolute load in there. It's really nice of you to join us today. I'm not sure if you're on with me next time then, Feb 16th. Possibly, maybe not.
Oh, right.
We'll see. If not, I'll come and watch you.
Okay.
Now, I have got on Wednesday, we've got a little bit of a difference on Wednesday for designer inspiration. Designer inspiration, 1 o'clock till 5. You know that we always have a wonderful guest designer on, but on Wednesday we're going to have a double whammy. We're going to have 2 guest designers on. Ooh. We have got Linda, I want to say. Is that right, Kirsty? Yeah. Linda is going to be here, and she's going to be accompanied by a brand new guest designer. Her name is Debs. So we've got a double whammy on Wednesday, 1 o'clock until 5. Thank you very much for joining us today. Miss It, Miss Out with Ali. Me and Janet will see you very soon. Bye-bye.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wire.